The Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right. Hello. Good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show here on what? Oh, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Maura, it's been a while since we've gotten a whole bunch of podcast reviews. I got a couple, not a lot.
My favorite.
I know it's been forever, and we haven't, for whatever reason, gotten a lot of them recently. So these are Apple Podcast reviews. I think a lot of the Apple podcasters are moving to YouTube. That's kind of my gut, is that those numbers are so, like, one's rising, the other is steady to falling a little bit. Not that I look at it every day, but like my impression is that some of the podcast time shifters have kind of moved it over either to the app or to YouTube. So we don't get as many reviews. Plus,
Well, if you've been listening on Apple for a while, you're not, and you already left a review, you're not going to leave another one. Probably.
That's also true. Yeah, and there's like 2,150 ratings on there. So still in a 4.6, never going to get to a 4.7. I'm sure it's all my fault. But, also as you read through some of these, they're confusing. I only really have two, but I did like just the beginning of this one. It's so long, I don't think I can read the whole thing from Big Coop. But it says, why is it called Brock and Salk again? Let me start by saying that Salk is the perfect host for Seattle sports. You know what, Big Coop? I totally agree. I am perfect. Thank you. I'm so glad that you think so also.
I'm not sure you said all that.
That is, if you like an East Coast faux erudite, nasally, somewhat whiny affect, and a host that sounds like an 8th grade girl who had her Hello Kitty purse stolen when he gets a little verklempt. He also sounds really macho and cool when he unnecessarily abbreviates words like velocity, velo, and comparison. That's a fair comp, Brock. Could be a drinking game phrase. Wow. I thought this was going to be nice. It did not end up nice.
That's funny. I know Bob gets upset about like some of the abbreviations. Like I think they were saying punchies instead of punch outs and stuff like that. But velo's like a pretty common one.
Comp?
It's not like you invented short names.
How about comp?
Yeah.
He does have a couple of
common
redeeming qualities, however. He doesn't like soccer. He looks exactly like the Hobbit from the 70s cartoon versions of Lord of the Rings. Jeez. And he obviously puts in a lot more time than Brock doing what seems to be some producing tasks. In a fair world, the show would be called Maura, Salk, and Brock, but more on that later. It goes on quite a bit from there. As a Husky,
sounds like you got a real mix of compliments and shots.
Yeah, as a Husky fan since the Warren Moon days, Brock Eward is easily in my top 57 favorite UW quarterbacks of all time. Oh, the days when Brock wore that big old grape on his head in the era of underachievement and terrible uniforms. Brock seems to take a lot of time off. He can't be bothered to wake from his peaceful slumber for the 6 o'clock hour of the pod. And he has a wedding, fishing trip, is coaching, analyzing some game no one watches, or a monster truck show several times a month, it would seem. One of my favorite things about Brock is when he played quarterback for the Seahawks and would take his helmet off. You couldn't tell which was the Seahawks logo and which was Brock's head, since both had those piercing eyes on the side. However, when Brock does grace the airwaves with his presence, he brings it. What that it is depends on the day and the subject. It's fun to hear Salk splash around verbally and Brock come to the rescue and bail him out. Anyway, he's Mrs. Lyle and says at the end, now for Maura, nope, no critique. She's awesome. The backbone of the show. She'll be kicking butt in the sports community as she moves forward in her career. What do you mean moves forward? Like, she can't leave. We have her trapped here. It's like if you went to see the Odyssey. We're like Calypso. You can't leave. We got you trapped here for 7 years. Maura's not going anywhere. Then there's me, who for some reason listens to nearly every show via podcast. The show is awesome. Top 2 or 3 show in the history of Seattle Sports Talk. Okay. Including that direct from the... Well, I'm not going to read that. Love you guys, really. Big Coop. All right. That was pretty nice. Mostly. I mean, there was mean, but it was a 5-star review. As opposed to this one, which says far and away the best sports show radio show in Seattle, but it's a 3-star review. It's the average of 5 separate facets that I've evaluated independently for the benefit of helping you reflect upon the show and what you're choosing to put into the world. Number 5 stars, Maura. obviously. Her production, analysis, and singing talents make her one of a kind and deserving of a raise. Agreed. More, do you think you're deserving of a raise?
I mean, I'm not going to say no.
It seems like you might. More, it's just like, I'm so selfless, I don't even need a raise. In fact, I'll give some back.
I might disagree with him on my singing talents. But.
4 stars. The hosts. Oh, well, that's nice. You take a lot of shots from the text toy, but you're far and away the most talented, entertaining sports radio host in Seattle and whatever unincorporated hamlet Brock lives in. 3 stars. The segments need a rethink. Oh, okay. Blue 88, Answer the Question, Jerk, Trash Takes, and G are all great, but Late Night Mariners texts, Trivia, and Which is Better are duds. Well, we don't really do trivia ever. So I don't know where that's coming from. I like Late Night Mariners texts. I'm sorry you don't like those. I think those are fun. And Which is Better is like, every once in a while. So, all right, that's fair. 3 stars. 2 stars. For the love of God, please stop saying reactionary. It does not mean what you think it means. The word you want is reactive. Brock gets it right in the ad spots. Okay, great. And then that's 2 stars right there. Yeah, and 1 star. And, unfortunately, Ian's not here for this one, but the podcast titles have gotten unusable lately since Lyle left. Each title needs simply first list each segment in order minus need to know, which is a given. All right. Well, thanks all. Really do love the show. But 3 stars, that feels a little harsh considering some of the criticism in there. Jeez. Usually we say be mean but leave 5 stars. This kind of went the other way. Be nice but only leave 3?
I don't know. I thought Ian's title last Friday for Hour 4 was genius.
Yeah.
Raccoon expert Stacey Rost weighs in on a viral Seattle creature.
I don't know what's wrong with that. That sounds exactly accurate. Jimothy is everywhere. Mariners. Look, you guys aren't going to like my take on the Mariner game last night. Maybe that's why I delayed giving it here for about 6 minutes. I don't think you're going to like my take on the Mariner game last night. Because, I mean, reading through the late night texts, they're pretty mad. Obviously, the Mariners lost. When they lose, people are mad. When they win, people are happy. Like, that's not, doesn't take a brain genius to figure that out. A great genius, a great and stable genius. All I can tell you is I actually thought the Mariners got a little unlucky last night. First time I've said that all year. I actually thought they played a decent game. They put a lot of runners on base, 6 hits, 6 walks, 2 home runs, played pretty clean in the field, made a great play to throw a guy out at the plate. I actually thought they played a pretty good game last night. It wasn't perfect. Obviously, they lost. Luis gave up 3 runs, but, he went 7 innings, gave up 3 runs. That's a quality start and pitched all the way through the 7th. That's pretty good. Like, that's not a bad outing. It's not perfect. It's not a great outing, but it's a good outing. The Michael Rucker decision, yeah, all right, we can certainly talk about it. But unfortunately, you're already down 1 in the bullpen, and he's there. Like, someone's got to pitch. You can't use the high-leverage guys every single inning. So, yeah, sometimes when you're down, and in this case, if they had been down 2, I think I would have understood it more. If I'd had my choice, I probably would have gone Spire there or something along those lines. I think I am probably trying, because the way that the momentum of the game was going, it did kind of feel like the Mariners were going to come back. I felt like they were threatening. That's the word I'm going to use today, and I kind of have a whole thing at 7 o'clock on it, but that's the word. I felt like for the first time over the last few days, and especially yesterday, the Mariners' offense felt threatening, and not like threatening to make you want to, pull your own hair out. They felt like they were threatening the other team. They were putting runners on base. They had good at-bats. They were driving you nuts. I thought those were good. Unfortunately, look, lucky's a tough word. I know people get a little upset about it, but Julio comes in. He smashes a ball. And I thought De La Cruz made a phenomenal play. That's an A-plus play. And I don't know how many other shortstops make it, because I don't know how many other people are as long as he is. Looked like Stacey Augman, spaghetti man out there. Like he just keeps going. Go gadget arms. And he made a great play in that moment. That stinks. Right? I mean, but Julio did his job. He absolutely smashed the ball. Unfortunately, guy made a great play. They're going to do that sometimes. You got bases loaded and you don't get it done, and then the next guy up after the inning hits a home run. Well, that stinks. Right? I mean, like those home runs, you'd sure like them to come when you've got the runners on base the way they did the day before, and not when there's nobody on base, which is what happened twice yesterday. Especially frustrating in the midst of 6 hits and 6 walks. That's a pretty good day. I thought the offense actually looked better. I know they only scored 2 runs. I'm happy to criticize them when they do dumb stuff, but I actually thought it was a decent performance last night that they just weren't quite able to finish. That's actually a little progress. You got to get the runners on base. You got to do that stuff in order to eventually get to the next level where you start putting 4, 5, 6, 7 runs on the board, which, remember, they did do the day before. And today it may go right back to 0. I don't know. They might go right back and revert to the bad offense that we've been watching. But I actually thought that was a little bit of a step forward. It gave me a little bit of hope. Not a lot, but a little bit of hope. So, as I said, I know that's going to make a lot of people mad. I know some people are going to hear that and go, oh, my God, you're covering for the Mariners after another awful offensive performance. I didn't think that one was an awful offensive performance, not like the ones we've seen somewhat recently. I thought that one was okay, and unfortunately, a little snake bit last night. When you don't say that every day, you get to say it now and again when it's true. And look, they did what they were supposed to. Chase Burns really good. They got him out of the game after 6. Nice job. The Reds' pen is bad, and they got to it. Unfortunately, they just weren't quite able to finish the job. It's a bummer. You sure like to win that game. You're out of first place. You're below 500. Those things are frustrating. But they did look a little better, to my eye, yesterday. We'll see if they keep that up today. Meanwhile, we're going to talk to Daniel Jeremiah today, and he maybe even better. I don't know. We're going to talk to one of my favorite people, Terry Francona. Is going to join us at 9:30 before the rubber match of this series. We'll get the view from the other side of the field, from the opposing dugout, and just talk to Tito about baseball a bit because he's great. So that's all coming up today. Stick around. We'll give you everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during the preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports' 50th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm. We got you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, frustrating loss for the Mariners last night. All kinds of chances. Couldn't put up enough runs on the board. 6 hits, 6 walks, couple home runs. Yeah, you would think that would lead to 5 or 6 runs, but instead, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. They leave 10 men on during the game, and unfortunately, that wastes a 3-hit night from Josh Naylor, home runs from Weston Wilson and Julio Rodriguez.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Julio swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. This is going, and it is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez, arms spread wide. Touches second, rounding second, heading for third, taking a tour around the bases. The crowd back in the ball game. Julio with a home run out toward the pen in left center field. And it's now the Reds 3 and the Mariners 2. The Mariners' second home run of the night.
Might have been interesting if it had stayed at 3-2 to see what would have happened with a little more pressure in the ninth, but unfortunately, Michael Rucker comes in, gives up a home run, and just weren't able to come back in the ninth, so they fall 4-2. Also wastes a really nice start from Luis Castillo. Not perfect, but he goes 7 innings, allowed 3 runs on the day.
He found himself into a couple of jams, but the way Rock throws. And the veteran that he is, the experience that he has, he's able to get out of it, and I thought he was able to do that, very well tonight. And then later on, it seemed like continued to make pitches all the way through the 7th, and 3 up, 3 down there in the 7th, I thought was outstanding, and he just he still looked pretty strong there, and up close to 100 pitches.
Yeah, it's just that veteran thing, right? Hey, I'm nearing the end of my outing. How am I going to find a way to, without strikeouts, get through one more inning and help my bullpen? And it's exactly what he was able to do yesterday. Pretty impressive. And honestly, that's what you should get with a 6-man rotation. You should have guys being able to go 7 innings more often. Yeah, he gave up 3 runs, but overall, good enough start from Luis Castillo, just not the way the offense was yesterday. Rubber match matinee today, 12:40 first pitch. Emerson Hancock and former Royal Brady Singer, who has been having a tough year so far.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, new Baseball America rankings are in. Now that the draft is over, the M's do have a newcomer in their top 10, even their top 5. The list still starts with Sloan, followed by Kate Anderson, Laz Montez, and Felnine Celestin, who's up to number 5. Number 4, rather. First round pick, Ace Reese slides in next. He was at the park yesterday along with Scott Boras after signing his deal, so that was kind of cool. I thought he was really good, actually, on TV. I thought he sounded nice with Aaron and the crew, and seemed like a pretty mature kid. The swing is beautiful. He's got a lot of power, so that's pretty cool. The rest of that top 10 is Farmelo, Stevenson, Arroyo, Nick Becker, and then Yorger Bautista. Yorger Bautista, excuse me. But Arroyo at 8 seems a little low, but I think he's still going to be close to ready. He has been killing it at AAA so far. Adam Jude told us this week that's something to keep your eye on.
And then at some point, I think we'll see Michael Arroyo as maybe that piece to answer, against left-handed pitching. He's been really good every step of the way, and all that kid does is hit. And at some point, you need to bring him up and see if he can hit left-handed major league pitching, and why not now? What do you have to lose at this point?
Fair point. We may end up seeing him before, I don't know if the month is out, but I would think before the end of August we end up seeing him.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Are we getting close to a Devin Witherspoon deal? It does sound like the sides are at least working on it. This was Steve Weiss yesterday in the station.
I know both sides want to get a deal done. It could have something to do with the ownership change and how much upfront cash they want to give up. It's not the cap number, it's the cash. But I don't think so. I just think it's the sides kind of trying to continue to work, maybe seeing what other deals get done. But I think it's just the sides continue to push through. And a lot of times, and you see this around the league, deals don't get done, especially second contracts, until right before training camp. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's an accounting issue. I don't know if it's a tax issue. But a lot of times deals don't get done. Living here in Los Angeles, the Rams for years would get deals done like the week, a few days right before the start of training camp. And that could be what's happening in Seattle.
Certainly that has happened here before. Hard Knocks starts soon, and maybe that'll end up being the impetus for something to get done as well. And then just a final note, ugly news for the Kraken yesterday. This stinks. A couple weeks after Jason Robertson turned down an 8-year offer at $15 million a year to play here, he takes a 1-year, $12 million deal to stay in Dallas and avoid arbitration. I know it means he's just kind of pushing it off a year to see what the market is next year instead of now, but that hurts, man. He turns down 15 by 8 to take a 1-year, $12 million deal. That's not the millionaire tax for those who think it was the potential for a tax that doesn't even exist yet. No, he didn't want to play here, and that really stinks. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. As I said, 8:30 this morning, Daniel Jeremiah will talk football. We'll get ready for the season with DJ as Seahawks vets are just about ready to report, a couple days away. And then at 9:30, Terry Francona. I mean, that's a Hall of Fame manager in my book. I always forget what the process is for getting managers in. It doesn't seem like it's nearly good enough for coaches and managers in football and in baseball. But maybe a Hall of Fame manager, right? I mean, wins a couple World Series, takes Cleveland back to one as well. Terry Francona is about as good as it gets in the history of the game, certainly the recent history of the game. And he's just also an interesting guy to talk baseball with. So we'll do that at 9:30. Coming up next, maybe the most interesting guy to talk baseball with, Jeff Passan. And he's got ideas on what the M's need to do at the deadline. Stick around. You'll hear it next.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied. 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and let me guess, it's been a little while since you've inspected your crawl space and attic, huh? Or ever, like maybe you've never done it. Maybe you're like me. You just completely avoid those areas because you have no interest in it whatsoever. Well, that's why you call Crawl Pros. They'll go where you don't want to. Yeah, that's what I did. They came out, checked out my crawl space and attic, and yeah, they figured out that we had some insulation issues, which they were able to get fixed. And unfortunately, that was before these utility rebates. Man, if you're doing this now, you can save a ton of money because the utility companies are incentivizing homeowners to make their home more energy efficient. So if it was super hot in your house last night and you're a little worried about what it's going to look like today, well, the insulation can really help with that. It'll make it cooler in your house in the summer and a lot warmer in the winter as well. So don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in great shape. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today and schedule that free corner-to-corner inspection. Figure out if you got water intrusion, mold, rodent issues, or any damaged insulation. Do it at crawlpros.com.
Grill math is simple. More people to feed means more food and supplies and more reasons to save big. Get more out of summer at Chef Store with warehouse savings for your restaurant, food truck, or barbecue. Open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top-quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low-maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to GoldbergJones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. GoldbergJones.com.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
The countdown is on.
Just 3 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk.
It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing pretty well. You know, Mariners won a couple games in a row, 3 now. Cal broke out last night. We're 13 days from the trade deadline, so let's jump into this. We'll get to Cal and what he did last night in a moment, but the home run on Saturday from Cole Young, you know, again, this is one of those moments where you got to be kind of following a team every day. But things were pretty bleak. We talked about the awful road trip. They get shut out and look bad in their first game back on Friday night. They're being shut out into the 6th inning on Saturday. And all of a sudden, you get a hit by pitch and a walk, and little Cole Young just crushes one to right field. You get back in the game.
You have to call him Little Cole. Come on.
Only because that's kind of the image. He's a second baseman.
I take responsibility for that, Jeff. That's my doing. I apologize.
Well, I think that's kind of where I'm eventually going with this. Is this guy's on pace for 20 home runs this year?
Sure is.
How big a deal is Cole Young?
It was interesting when I was looking over the weekend at the lineup and seeing Cole Young hitting third. I was like, wow, boy, like in this lineup, that's quite an ascent from where he began the season, but he's earned it. And I don't know that Cole Young is ever going to be a star, but I think his floor is extremely high, and there is a lot of value that comes in that. When you look at his numbers this year, I'm just looking at Baseball Reference right now, 3.5 wins above replacement already at this point. Like, that's a really, really good big leaguer. And, Brock, you asked me, I always get Brock texts. I love the good Brock texts that I'll get just in preparation for this. And you asked me, Brock, who are his comparables? And, the first one that came to mind, and I went back and ran a couple Baseball Reference searches just to see how the numbers line up. And I think my instinct on this one was right. This is a guy who a lot of people think should be in the Hall of Fame, actually. And I'm not sure I agree that Lou Whitaker is a Hall of Famer. I don't think his peak was ever high enough for that. But to me, what Cole Young can be is the consistent 4 or 5 win player at second base, which when you have Julio Rodriguez in center field, when you have Cal Raleigh behind the plate, when you have Colt Emerson, who I think is going to be a fundamental part of this team going forward. When you have a bunch of guys who have those higher ceilings, having a 4 or 5 win second baseman is absolutely a gift. And, for Cole Young to be more like for the comparison to be spot on, Cole Young probably needs to walk a little more. Lou Whitaker had better plate discipline than him, but it's 2026, man. Nobody really gets on base these days. So I'm not trying to rationalize it away, but more saying that Lou Whitaker piled up 75 wins above replacement in his career by being a consistent 4, 5, 6 win guy. And that's what I think Cole Young can be.
Ooh, I know Salk's going to want to get to some names here.
With 19 years with one team, by the way.
Is that him and Trammell? Wasn't Trammell there for a huge chunk of that as well?
Pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Salky's going to get to some names here for you and different propositions in the trade market. Just first, before we get to that, to kind of set the tone, how big of a deal is the third wild card been to this trade deadline in a couple weeks?
I had not looked at it if the third wild card weren't there. I do think somebody asked me yesterday, how many wins do you think it's going to take to get the third wild card? And I settled on 84. It looked for a while like, God, is this going to be an under 500 endeavor? But Boston coming out, ripping off 14 straight wins. It kind of helps in that respect. But Texas, you guys know the thorn in the Mariners' side that the Rangers have been, just sort of hanging around the top of the standings all year. Baltimore, before losing to the Red Sox yesterday, had won 7 straight. Minnesota wants to be in. It's that next tier of teams that to me is going to be the most interesting. What does Houston do? And will Detroit, which is now only 6 games under 500 and 4.5 back of the Red Sox for that last spot, will they hold on to Tarek Skubal and Casey Mize? And what about the Blue Jays? I don't know if you guys realize that the Blue Jays have the 4th worst record in the American League right now.
Jeez.
So what are the consequences of that going to be? To me, the third wild card is what gives each of those teams a fighting chance, or gives them the hope that could prompt them to hold on to guys at the deadline, because Toronto does not want to move Kevin Gossman, and Toronto does not want to move Dalton Varsho. But the Blue Jays at some point need to acknowledge that leaping over 6 teams is a really difficult thing to do. And yeah, the Red Sox did it, but it took winning, the second most games they have consecutively in the 126-year history of the franchise. So that's an outlier right there, and you don't make bets on outliers. And as much as last year was the Blue Jays' year, this year just might not be it.
What about moving Luis Castillo? No matter how many times we talk with people about possibility of where the Mariners could go at the deadline, someone seems to say they'd love to move Luis Castillo. Okay, so let's accept that premise. What is he worth?
Not a whole lot. Especially if you go and look, guys, at the top 100 trade deadline candidates that we have up on ESPN.com right now. We just updated it today. I think it's actually a really good and pretty thorough tool that Kylie McDaniel and I have put together. And you'll notice there's a lot of starting pitching. There is a lot of starting pitching that's going to be available. And so, do
you have Luis ranked, by the way? Just to cut you off there, Jeff, do you have either Luis or George Kirby ranked in the top 100?
We do have Luis. We have him 55th.
Okay.
He is ahead of Brady Singer in terms of starting pitchers, and behind Seth Lugo, Jack Flaherty, Dustin May, Robbie Ray, Trevor Rogers, Michael Wacha, Freddie Peralta, Foster Griffin. Outside of the top 25, those are the best starting pitchers who are available. And then inside the top 25, you've got Jose Soriano at 25. Sandy Alcantara, I don't think, is going anywhere. He's 22nd. Kevin Gausman is 19th. Clay Holmes, who is very likely to move, is up at 17th. Casey Mize. It's a lot of, considering the number of teams that are committed to moving guys right now, being just 3, with the New York Mets, San Francisco Giants, and Colorado Rockies. It's quite a array of options for starting pitchers if you're a team that's looking for one.
And just out of curiosity, your Luis ranking, how does that account for his next year's salary in there as well? Does that bring it down? So it's not just that his talent puts him there; it's that next year's salary at $27 million or whatever puts him there as well.
It's a combination of all of these things. And here's the thing: when you look at the top 10 candidates right now. We have Tarek Skubal at a 60% chance of moving. Byron Buxton, for example, we have on there because it's a possibility, but the chance we have at 10%. Joe Ryan at 35, Mason Miller we've got at 40, Shea Langoliers at 10, Zach Neto at 30. So a lot of these guys who are in the top 10 right now probably aren't going to get traded, but the fact that the conversations are being had, that their names are being discussed, I didn't put George on the list because I don't think the Mariners are going out there and actively courting people with George Kirby. I don't think they're saying we need upgrades in these particular areas and we're willing to do Kirby. Would they listen if someone talks about Kirby? Of course. They're going to listen on just about anyone. But I don't find a trade of George Kirby to be all that likely at this point.
Just out of curiosity, total hypothetical, if he was on your guys' list, where would George have ranked?
I'm just looking at this right now. Certainly top 10.
Yeah.
And might be top 5.
So we get a Jim Bowden suggestion yesterday, which was George Kirby to San Francisco for Casey Schmidt and Eric Miller. Who says no to that deal?
I think instantaneously the Mariners say no.
So that's what I thought.
Right.
It feels like just not enough to get back.
Not even close to enough. And Eric Miller would be a good, effective left-handed reliever. When Brendan Donovan comes back, where's Casey Schmidt playing?
Well, that's, to me, the bigger challenge they have in general. Like all the names we can talk about, Taylor Ward, Casey Schmidt.
I know.
Outside of the relievers, okay, Luke Weaver and Eric Miller, and maybe even Mason Miller in some dream world scenario. Like, the challenge the Mariners have is that their best players are the ones that haven't been playing at the top of their game. You're not going to replace any of them. So what do you do?
I know. And that's, Mike, that's why when I get asked what do the Mariners need at the deadline, the answer is for their own guys to be better.
You and Jerry Dipoto. I mean, that's kind of what Jerry shared with Adam Jude of the Seattle Times over the weekend in their Q&A. Yep. I mean, I think there's the same. I didn't even see that, but that's the reality. I think when you look at the team, would it be nice to have a right-handed hitting quarter outfielder to be what Rob Refsnyder was supposed to? Yeah, of course, that would be nice. There are just not a whole lot of those available. Okay, let's live in a little fantasy land then here, Jeffrey. Knowing that you've got all that data and all that info, and you put together an amazing list there with your team at ESPN, go ahead and craft then for me a trade that brings Mason Miller. Because you want to talk about the back end of this bullpen. You want to talk about shortening games. The concern now of Matt Brash, supposed to be maybe trade deadline. Now it's mid-August. Maybe it's late. Maybe he never comes back. So craft a trade with the assets that the Mariners have in your estimation for Mason Miller.
That one I think would cost George Kirby. And that's something, if I'm the Mariners, that I'm willing to do. Because I am not the guy who generally values one-inning relievers for a whole lot. And I look at my perspective on the Hall of Fame, like, closers in the Hall of Fame, to me, it's just like, I don't know. But Mason Miller's different. Mason Miller is in often the most high leverage spots of any game, and absolute force multiplier. Like if you put Mason Miller in the game, let's say he's thrown in 39 games this season. He's got an 0.89 ERA. He struck out 75 guys in 40 2/3 innings. I mean, it is a ridiculous performance. Seemingly every time he's out there, he's got, with his fastball that's averaging 101 plus miles an hour, and that being his second best pitch, by the way, behind his slider, which is just a swing and miss demon. He is the closest thing to a sure thing that you're going to find in baseball.
So what was the last sale when he was sold from Oakland to San Diego? And you would think the value is even higher now with what he's done and all those metrics he just posed there. No?
Well, it's a year that you don't have control.
Yeah,
Part of the
a year
value
later.
is the
I'm with
extra
Mike on
year.
this one. It's a year closer to
I think he's actually worth
a
little less, but okay. Whatever.
Yeah,
all right.
Last time around, Brock, he got a guy who is the number 2 prospect in all of MLB right now in Leo DeVries. So that shows you if you're willing to go out and get Mason Miller, it's going to cost.
Does George Kirby
need...
and Michael Arroyo get that done?
Let's put it this way. It at least gets you in the conversation. But the problem comes down to this. If Mason Miller's out there, everybody is going to want him.
Right.
I mean, everybody. So what's going to wind up happening, I think, is even if you were to start at Miller and Arroyo, at Kirby and Arroyo, the Yankees might come in with more, and the Red Sox might come in with more. And I don't think the Dodgers are going to be involved in any sort of trade with the Padres that gives them an elite player of any manner or variety. But there are going to be so many teams that are interested that the price is just going to go up.
But Jeffrey, we play your promo. Like the Mariners have, like, this isn't 3 years ago. This isn't 2 years ago. Like, you got one of the best farm systems in baseball. You got one of the most valuable things in Major League starting pitching. Like, if you want to do a deal, we're not talking to Jeff Passan 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. We're talking with a fully formed, fully mature program and organization all the way through. That you have assets, right? If you want to play that game, you hold enough cards in your hand to get seemingly any deal done. Do you not?
You're talking my language, and I agree. Now is a time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive, particularly considering the state of the American League, right?
Yep.
I mean, the American League is eminently winnable, guys. Have you gone and looked at the standings recently?
Yes.
It is utterly ridiculous that at the top is Tampa Bay on, I believe, a 92 win pace. Like, the best team in the AL right now is on pace to win 92 games. The Chicago White Sox are within 4 games of home field advantage in the American League. The Chicago White Sox, who 2 years ago lost 121 games. That's the state of the American League right now. And so if you're the Mariners,
does a team look like, Jeff, that has Mason Miller, Andres Munoz, Matt Brash, maybe Luis Castillo, Eduard Bazardo, Gabe Spire?
Anderson.
Like, what does a team look like that has that in their bullpen for a postseason?
Yeah. I mean, don't forget Jose Ferrer either.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not like Ferrer's been bad. What does that team look like?
Terrifying.
Mm-hmm. And I like George Kirby, but he's not going to be here in a couple of years. And, I can put that together and say, if the world is not offering you what you want, a right-handed bat or a chance to trade Luis Castillo, then find a different way of adding to your strengths rather than trying to shore up your weaknesses, and see if you can go win a completely different way. And, oh, by the way, if you have to trade Mason Miller at the end of the year, go ahead. It's not like his value is going to go down in 3 months.
I mean, that's exactly right. And that's how the Padres operate. It's a little looser than what the Mariners do. And I think there are a few teams, guys, right now that are facing, I'm not going to call it like a reckoning is a little bit too strong of a word, but these teams, and I put Milwaukee in this bucket, and I put Tampa Bay in this bucket, these teams that through process have been able to look at the landscape of Major League Baseball that is decidedly tilted against them and still leverage it to find success through process and through player development and through all of these ideals that are preached in the game. They believe that they are where they are. They believe they found the success that they found because of that process, right? And so to do something like this, it goes against their instincts. It goes against what got them there. And that's a hard thing to come to terms with. Like, we got to this point and we are where we are because we've acted in a very specific and particular way. We have been cautious and we have been smart. And now you're asking us to go do something that our model is going to tell us is stupid, and you want us to disagree with that? And the answer is yes, actually. The answer is yes, because to me, I had a long conversation with a very successful executive in another sport, actually, about this very topic. Like, what should windows look like and how should you treat them? And essentially he said, when you're starting from scratch, you should be like 95% model. You should just go value, value, value. But as you start winning and as you get into your window, that's where the human element should come into play a little bit more. That's where you should look for factors outside of what the computers are telling you is the right thing to do, because there are finite periods of time for any team to go out and take advantage of what you've built. And even though the Mariners have been hovering around 500 all season long, and that there's a realistic scenario in which they don't make the playoffs, an untimely injury here or, poor performances there, and suddenly this is just a wasted season. But I think likelier is that it has a chance to be a really special season. And that's something that when you have the organizational depth that the Mariners have built at this point, I don't mind chasing and I don't mind getting a little loose on.
Really quickly here, you mentioned Milwaukee and Tampa for rightful reasons, because of their budgets, because of their market size and everything else and their process. But you've also, with us, over the years, put the Mariners in that bucket as far as one of the best, most impeccable process-driven organizations. So they're there in that same spot of continuity and process and building everything up. Do I hear you saying there that this might, kind of like last year, be that time to once again go for it, even if your models and your data may question it?
Yes, absolutely. And they went for it last year without really giving up a whole lot. I think it might cost more this year, but when you've had the run that they've had on drafting and developing guys, you can never rest on your laurels, but you got to take advantage of that. It's there for a reason, and that reason is to get the first ring in franchise history.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, we'll let you go. And I don't know how much you know about this yet, but obviously cuts at ESPN here over the last 24 hours or so, and there's some really big names on that list, but specifically Karl Ravech. As a baseball person, I mean, Karl Ravech to me is Baseball Tonight. It's him talking to Peter Gammons and Buster Olney, and before you were even at ESPN, like that to me, when I think Baseball Tonight, Karl Ravech is the first name that comes to mind. When you got an opportunity to work with him and be a teammate of his, just speak for a minute about Karl Ravech if you could.
First time I'm on Baseball Tonight, I'm a little bit terrified. This is the show I grew up watching. I love this show deeply, and Ravi is as tied to that show as anyone is to any show at ESPN. And I'm sitting down at the desk next to Tim Kirkchin, and he looks at me, and Tim's just such a sincere, wonderful guy, and he says, "Just follow Ravi." And that to me is Karl Ravech right there. I have been on a lot of desks with a lot of hosts. There is none who has a command of the way that a show works and an understanding of timing and an ability to set up his teammates like Karl. He was the best. I was incredibly fortunate to work with him, and we'll miss him.
Well said. Jeff, thank you. We'll talk next week.
Thank you, boys. Appreciate you.
Yeah, some rough ones yesterday. Some people we don't know as well, and then some folks that Brock and I have talked to quite a bit. Carl Ravitch is an all-time great, and Tom Pelissero's always been a friend of this show, and a huge bummer to see that he was let go. Text a little bit with him yesterday, and I'm sure he will land on his feet just because of how talented he is, and I'm sure there'll be an opportunity out there for him, but still stinks. Feel for him, feel for his family, and a lot of the other folks yesterday as well. All right. Did the Mariners do something that they haven't done in a while yesterday, even while losing? There's a word that I think fits the bill, and it's not one we've used nearly enough to describe them. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 3 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations. And save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports 50th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
A Wilt Chamberlain 1972 playoff game-worn jacket was recently bought for $3 at a Goodwill in Portland. You may not be sitting on a warm-up jacket worn by Wilt the Stilt, but there's serious value to your old gold, jewelry, watches, silver, and coins. Dave Wyman encouraging you to see what they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Linwood. They'll give you an honest, no-pressure assessment for free. See how much they're worth at Bellevue Rare Coins, and if the price is right, cash in.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual.
You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH. To borrow up to $10,000, use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Michael. How we doing?
Doing all right. I just saw something that kind of bugged me.
Was it that text I sent you late last night? The headline in Newsweek?
No.
No, not that.
No.
Okay.
No.
Was it the 39 million people that watched the World Cup final without Argentina shooting a goal on Fox?
No.
No? Okay.
No, there's no accounting for taste.
Interesting.
No.
Okay.
It's not a huge thing. I just saw it, and it's sort of just... this is like such a silly little thing, but Schefter just posted the renderings for the new Kansas City Chiefs stadium.
Oh.
Dome.
Oh.
Like, is that what we're going to do? Are we just going to put all of the bad weather stadiums and football across country in domes?
Well, not in Buffalo, Michael.
No, I know. Not in Buffalo, thankfully. But they're talking about it in Cleveland, right?
Oh, yeah.
Talk about it in Kansas City. Looks like they're going to go down that road. Like, I don't know.
New owners here, Salk. Are they going to do a retractable roof?
Thankfully, like here, what actually doesn't bother me as much because you're not playing in snow very often here. But, like, Kansas City can get freezing cold and snowy and all that. And, like, that's part of what makes it great. We love games like that, don't we? As fans? Yeah. Now, I understand that sometimes you lose that, it's not great for the fans who were there. But, like, the millions more people that watch the games I don't know.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, Molly and I got into that a little bit the other day. Yeah, we got... not a brouhaha.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you weren't fighting over domed stadiums with your wife,
but it was
that feels extreme.
Yeah, that would be a little much. No, it was. Why is football so hard? You and Titus say football's hard. Basketball's just as hard. Basketball, we got to run up and down the court. You're constantly running. It's physical. Watch the WNBA. Watch the Big Ten women's like it's physical. You're beating each other up. You're breaking. Yeah, it's hard. It's demanding. But football is can be brutal, hon. I mean, basketball, it's 70 degrees in a gym every time. Football, you're playing in 103-degree temperature the other day on the field. It's 120 degrees in pads.
Yeah, that feels like the wrong answer.
What? By me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's the right answer, Mike?
To your wife? The answer is, they're both hard in different ways.
Oh, okay.
Why would you get into that fight? What's the upside there?
No, we weren't fighting.
It sounds like you were.
No, we weren't full on fighting.
Sounds like there was a better answer to that, which is you're absolutely right. They are both very difficult, each in their own way.
Okay, good job.
That's how I would have gone on that one.
That's the arbiter of truth right there.
Well, as you know, Brock, I'm a go along to get along kind of guy.
Oh,
That's
for sure.
how I would have answered it.
Yes.
But look, we all make different choices in our life. I already sort of going to make people mad today because I was not that mad at the way the Mariners played last night. And people, oh my God, they didn't score more than 2 runs, this and that. And I thought they felt threatening again. I felt like last night was the first time, not the first time, they have sort of felt this way a little bit over the last couple days. We're starting to be like, oh, they might come back in this. Mm-hmm. And that is a feeling. It didn't end up that way. But 6 hits, 6 walks, and 2 home runs, that's usually going to land you more than 2 runs. It didn't last night. The timely hitting obviously wasn't there. I thought that the play that De La Cruz made it short was the difference in that game. If he doesn't get to that ball, I think it's a completely different game, and the Mariners probably run away with it. But unfortunately, he did. It was a great play, and I actually thought they played a whole lot better. Good defense.
Well, I was worried about our 9:30 guest watching the first game of this series. Legitimately, I think you were a little worried about our 9:30 guest too.
Yeah,
I was a little worried that his team is just packing it in on him. This team just kind of shut it down on him. This team is just not wanting to play and booting the ball all over the place, not playing with any energy, that being the Cincinnati Reds. And then last night, center fielder makes an unbelievable catch on Cole Young's liner in the gap. Gino makes an unbelievable throw. De La Cruz, to your point, with nobody out at that juncture, I believe.
Might have been one out, but yeah.
Makes a play on Julio and gets an out and just – kind of calms the storm. And those guys played very good and very hard. And, oh, by the way, that pitcher is now, do I have my numbers right? 12-1?
Yeah, and they did a good job. They get him out after 5 innings. Like, that's sort of what you do against a pitcher like that and go to work on kind of a soft bullpen. And, again, unfortunately, they weren't able to come up with the big hit when they needed it. So if you're frustrated today, I get it. There's plenty of reasons to be frustrated, but I wasn't frustrated for the same reasons that I have been. Now, you make conversation about why Julio wasn't in the game and then was in the game. I think there's a real question mark there. I think that I'd like to know the real answer why. I'm not sure I fully understand what happened. Moore's been kind of asking me about it all morning, and I think for good reason. Like, why was what was the deal with Julio yesterday?
Yeah, I think we knew, prior to the game that he was good to go later in the game if needed, and he came in and I thought he put up a couple of really strong at bats and hit the ball extremely hard both times. And if not for that play by De La Cruz there, we might have had a different inning going there at that point. And it was a couple of good at bats by Julio.
Do you understand that answer?
No. Can you go or not? Are you hurt or are you injured? Right? I mean, if you're injured and JP's injured right now with a wrist, he can't play. He can't play. I mean, this isn't April or May, right? We're pushing to August here pretty soon. You're right there in the hunt in a dogfight in the division now. You're gonna have a 4-game series. I don't know. Maybe it's, hey, we think we can get through this one. We're gonna get this guy out of the game. We're gonna get to their bullpen. Well, like Julio's not 100%. We'd rather have him coming off the concussion be 100%. Certainly as we go to Texas and LA. And if he's 80% right now, Brock, I don't want to risk it. Now, if we need him late in the game for a pinch hit, okay, maybe he can do that. But we're going to try to get that.
That's sort of what they did then, right? I mean, that is how they played it.
Yes, that's how they played it. So that would be the answer to it. To me, it's like, well, is Julio at 80% in this lineup better than the other guys that were in it last night at 100%? Or, and they would probably once again say, no, you're just not getting it through your thick skull. We do not want to. If he's at 80, we don't want him to get to 60. We don't want him to, aggravate.
It's not about how effective he is.
That's
it's the risk of hurting himself.
That's exactly right.
I just think it's a little odd did that risk go down in the 6th inning? I guess he's only playing 3 innings instead of
3, 4.
I mean, all right. Like I'm not like sitting here getting mad about it, but it was surprising and a little confusing. And you could probably have a conversation about Michael Rucker in the 9th. Why you're going to the least?
He's just not a big league guy.
No, he doesn't look like it. And you're an arm short in your bullpen. But at that point, the momentum was on your side. Did you feel like if they shut down the Reds in the 9th and came back in the bottom of the 9th down 1, they get a good chance to tie or win? I did.
Yeah, and then you say,
I did feel that way.
Yeah, and then you say, would you rather then have Spire and Mooney if we go to extra innings?
Yeah, maybe, but you're not even in that spot yet. Like, you got to give yourself an opportunity to get there. You're still down. I thought it was a spot. I was expecting to see Spire, but you unfortunately are still just short a couple arms in your pen, and we'll talk more about how to fix that. But you've got a 6-man rotation and not enough people in your bullpen, and that's going to end by the trade deadline, right? Either they're going to trade one of their starters, or at that point, I think they're going to have to make a call on moving somebody to the bullpen, because it's just not sustainable. You just don't have enough leverage arms in your pen, and you don't even have enough pitchers, period, in your pen. And it got to you last night. Maybe Spire was down. Maybe they didn't want to use. I don't know all the details, but that's why you always got to be a little careful judging pitching decisions. Cole Wilcox went the day before. Maybe Rucker should have gone the day before in a 7-0 lead or with an 8-2 lead.
He did. I mean, he had 3 punchies the day before.
All right. Well, then there you go. You only have so many guys to go to. It didn't work, and I thought it was probably the wrong way to deploy your resources yesterday. But overall, while there are some frustrating things about the game, I did come away feeling a little bit better. And then
put some pressure on
see what you do today.
Yep.
You did mention our 9:30 guest. That will be Terry Francona. Tito going to join us at 9:30, talk about his career and what he's doing now with the Reds and what he sees from the other side looking at the Mariners. So we'll talk to Tito at 9:30, Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30 this morning. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Well, right now is the perfect time to save money. When is it not a great time to save money? And one of the easiest ways to save is to simply take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge some years ago, and not only did it save us thousands of dollars the very first year, we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not just one insurance company. They compare rates and coverages from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage, the right fit at the lowest possible price for your needs. And when you need them, and you don't really need them, you talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year. So what are you doing? Take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings start tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Just 3 days.
Until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish cyberknife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer. How did you hear about Swedish cyberknife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish cyberknife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, some frustration last night. Mariners had a lot of opportunities, just couldn't get the runs on the board. 6 hits, 6 walks, 2 home runs. If I just give you that, don't you think the Mariners score 5 or 6 runs? Unfortunately, both the home runs were solo shots and go 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. You leave 10 men on base. They did everything else pretty well. Defense was great.
To the pitch, the Myers swinging a one-hopper to short. Here comes De La Cruz. The throw to the plate by Emerson. In time, De La Cruz out at home. Colt Emerson, a one-hopper right at him. He was playing up close. He fired a strike right back to Cal Raleigh. Cal had plenty of time to catch the tag, and De La Cruz going on contact is out at home plate. Great play by Colt Emerson. That is out number 2 here in the top of the 8th inning.
That was a great play, man.
It sure was.
De La Cruz about as fast as it gets, and he was off and running, and really nice play from Colt to keep it close, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get that hit when
1
they
for
needed
10.
it.
1 for 10. Unfortunately. And Emerson had a couple opportunities, and I was, I find myself, I don't know about you, Salk, if you're running an errand or kind of running around or come back to the game, you're just like, oh, please. Come on, Colt. Just find that hit. Just get that home run again. Just put one in the gap. Just kind of get that thing going offensively. It has.
Yep.
And his number was up on a couple of those occasions, and Luke Raley's number was up on a couple of those occasions, and they just could not. And that pitcher's good, man. You see why they gave him a 7-year deal, and he moves the ball up and down. They got him out of the game.
It was more about not getting it done against that bullpen, which really is not great. And they had some opportunities. But De La Cruz made a great play. That ball gets through as it does 95 times out of 100. And the game is totally different. Maybe you break it open, but unfortunately they couldn't get that done. So, rubber match today, 12:40. Emerson Hancock and former Royal Brady Singer not having a great year. So, Mariners got to try to take some advantage of that.
Here's the second thing you need to
Baseball
know.
America rankings are in, Brock, now that the draft is over. And there's a newcomer there for the Mariners. So it still starts with Ryan Sloan and Kate Anderson, 1-2. Laz Montez, 3. Felning Celestin, 4. Number 5, first-round pick, Ace Reese. Did you see him in last night? Did you get to catch?
I'm swinging.
Did you see any of the hear any of him with the crew during the game?
No.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was really personable and mature and warm, and I just enjoyed him. He was great. The swing looks pretty, too. Big dude. That was pretty cool. I was happy about that.
Yeah, I did see the pick with him and Cole and Colt and watch some of the BP.
Yeah.
Pretty smooth.
Talked
swing
about
there
getting a
from the
call
left
from
side.
Cal right after he, got drafted, and that was pretty cool. His agent was there, Scott Boras, who looks like he's 100 years old. What happened to Boras? He is looking old all of a sudden. That was crazy. Anyway, Boras did, about one of his other clients, Kate Anderson, and said, quote, and this is from Adam Jude's story, when Anderson does arrive in Seattle, whenever that happens, Boras said he expects his client would be part of the starting rotation, not out of the bullpen. But in a playoff situation, Boras said he could see a scenario where Anderson could be effective as a reliever. They would just have to prepare him for that. No kidding.
I mean, to be fair, Scott Boras is going to be 74 in November.
He looks older than that. He does. I was surprised. He's always walking around with his $9,000 sport coats and stuff.
Sure.
I was surprised. Rounding out the top 10, Johnny Farmello, Luke Stevenson, Michael Arroyo, Nick Becker, and Yorger Bautista.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, are we getting close to a Devin Witherspoon deal? The sides seem like they're at least working on it. Steve Weiss said that yesterday. Ian Rappaport agreed.
There's another cornerback situation going on in Seattle with star corner Devin Witherspoon. They also, by the way, have the same agent at Wynn Sports. The two negotiations have been going on concurrently. Certainly seems like Witherspoon is further along in his negotiation than Gonzalez is in his negotiation. The Seahawks have, my understanding, made an offer upwards of $30 million, one that would make Witherspoon among the, if not the highest paid corner in the NFL. No resolution yet on that deal, but wouldn't be surprised if Witherspoon gets done first and then Gonzalez gets done at some point shortly after with the market set.
How's that sound?
Well, let's see. Highest paid corner, I thought was more. Well, yeah, I guess McDuffie 4 years, $124 million. So it is around that $30 million mark. Remember Gonzo out there in New England, he didn't partake in mandatory camp. He held, what do they call that, a hold in?
He held in.
He held in.
Yeah.
He didn't participate.
Sure.
Devins participated. So tea leaves would tell you that's probably true. And I'm sure Devin's agent's like, yeah, that's great for McDuffie, but my guy does more than that.
Yeah.
My guy's an inside, an outside, a nickel, a big nickel. Like, he does more than just
and then the other side saying, yeah, but those guys are outside corners.
Correct. So
We'll
just
see.
get the deal done.
My guess is they will once Hard Knock starts. Ugly news for the Kraken. Did you see this yesterday after Jason Robertson turned down that 8-year offer for $15 million a year? He takes 1 year, $12 million to stay in Dallas. Yikes. Yeah. That's not about money.
No,
That's
Saul's bet
I
on
just don't
himself.
want to go there.
Saul's just bet on himself.
Well, I don't know how much more he thinks he's going to get. I mean, he's just hoping to get it somewhere else, unfortunately. Right. That one hurts. That one hurts. All right. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah.
You see the Lombardi at T-Mobile last night?
I did see that. Yeah. Sam was out there throwing out the first pitch.
I'll get to that in Blue 88.
What's up, you guys? Sam Darnold here with the boys.
The boys.
Throwing out the first pitch tonight. Pretty nervous, but I think it'll go okay. I played baseball back in the day, but we're excited. Go Mariners, baby. Go Ants.
But we're excited. All right. What do you mean, but? Why not and? Why but? And we're excited. Yeah. I saw it was him and Milroe and Locke out there, the three quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And then who? And
Johnny.
Barner and one other person?
McDonald and Schneider were there too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a little worried about Schneider.
What do you mean worried about him?
I'm a little worried about him.
How so?
I look at those pictures, Saul.
Yeah.
He's just shrinking.
You think he's
like
getting shorter?
Like I am. Like I look at pictures on our little Hawaii trip. I'm like, what? What is happening to me?
You think you're getting shorter? I haven't noticed that looking at you.
And Jackson towering over me.
Well, that's
I don't think you're getting shorter. I think your son's getting taller.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think that might be it.
So you think Sam and Jalen and AJ are all getting taller? Even Coach McDonald kind of towering over John. I'll send you the pictures.
All right, please do. Yeah, thank you. You know how much I love to study those. Well, speaking of those Mariners, Brock, 50 season celebration weekend kicking off August 7th. Seattle Sports, all of us here, we want to send you and a friend to be a part of that celebration. Getting a chance to watch batting practice on the field before the gates open. You'll stick around for the game and the Alumni Home Run Derby. So to enter, you got to open the Seattle Sports app. If you don't have that for some crazy reason, don't worry. Text app, APP.
You know me.
To 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download it. And you can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, July 27th. All right. We have heard a lot of bad ideas. Honestly. There's only one idea right now that I would put in the category of a good idea. So we'll talk more about it next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's summertime, that's for sure. Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's got great shows coming up. You got the Pop 2000 tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO. That is August 1st, so it's coming up real soon. They've got tons of other shows. 80s pop sensation. Taylor Dane will be there September 6th. I know Queensryche is coming in October. I saw them there a few years ago. They were awesome. You get tickets and see the whole lineup at snocasino.com and book a hotel room while you're there. Experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate that next getaway at Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Seattle baseball is heating up, and so is summertime. Dave Wyman for Fast Home Services. Their HVAC department has you covered. While others book out for weeks, Fast Heating and Air is just that, fast. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to request your next-day consultation for AC, heat pumps, or other cooling services. Same week install available for a limited time. Or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
America's favorite car show returns to Puyallup. Cruise on out for the good guys' 38th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals. 3 huge days with over 3,000 classics from across the country. Check out the indoor car show and special areas. Vendor Midway Automotive Swap Meet, live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Details at good-guys.com.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Super Summer Weekend is here at LeMay, America's Car Museum. This Friday, Disney Pixar's movie Cars, drive-in theater style. Saturday, Carson Coffee Show and Family Steam Day with custom car tracks and hands-on fun. AmericasCarMuseum.org.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Nearly 1 in 4 people killed on the road in Washington weren't driving. Pedestrians on our roads are incredibly vulnerable, whether they're facing drunk, drugged, drowsy, or distracted drivers. Pedestrians are defenseless on our streets. That's why Davis Law Group fights for pedestrian accident victims and their loved ones after a crash. Davis Law Group delivers. So if you or a loved one have been injured, call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888 or visit davislawgroupseattle.com.
Mariners and Reds today at T-Mobile. 12:40 first pitch. Pre-game at 11:30. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, there have been a lot of bad ideas floated, or at least ideas that just don't excite me as we get ready for the trade deadline 12 days from now, August 3rd this year. It's a little late doing it on a Monday. I don't really understand why it's not just on the 31st anymore, but whatever. I'm not in charge of that stuff. It's going to be August 3rd. And I don't know, I keep looking through these names and some of these ideas. I just don't really kind of get me going, right? We talked yesterday about the Jim Bowden idea, trade George Kirby for Casey Schmidt, third base, left field, utility player, right-handed bat from the Giants, who we just got to see over the weekend. You get a reliever out of it, and Eric Miller, maybe he's good, maybe not, I don't know. But Schmidt's had half of a good season.
Correct.
Like, he doesn't have a track record. That'd be hard for me. Now he's 27 and he's club control, so there's some advantages. It's not like it's a god-awful idea, but George Kirby is a established major league starting pitcher who's had a lot of success, including success in the playoffs, and still has club control of his own. It's really hard to imagine trading him, honestly, for a guy that most of us hadn't heard of until a week ago. Now, Bowden was on yesterday, I think, with Bump and Stacy, and he explained more on his idea.
I think the Giants win the trade, and I think the Mariners team is better. That's where the balance is. You got Kate Anderson sitting in the minors that I think can do what Kirby's doing. So it's replaceable. So if I added Kate Anderson and Schmidt's 25 to 30 homers and Miller's impact in the back of the bullpen, does that give me a better chance to win this year? I think so.
All right, so he's not wrong about any of that. It's a compelling argument. To me, it's not about whether or not Kirby, you're a better team at the end of that. It's what else you could get for George Kirby if you were going to try to trade him. And I think you could get something more valuable than Eric Miller and Casey Schmidt.
honestly, that feels more like a move 12 months from now, where George Kirby would have
maybe
1 year, one more year of club control instead of 2 years and 2 months.
I think that's probably pretty fair. Yesterday, I saw who sent this, Maura? Is this Mets stuff? This is coming from the Mets.
From the Locked On Mets Twitter account.
Well, I mean, then that should tell you everything you need to know. What people in New York think should happen. Their idea for a Mets-Mariner trade. Get a load of this one, Brock.
Okay.
The Mariners give up Luis Castillo and Laz Montez and get back Luke Weaver, the reliever, and Jorge Polanco. I'm not allowed to say some of the words that I uttered when I read that, but if the Mariners make that move, I would be disgusted.
Well, I don't know if it was New York fans or not, but most of the comments were like, no way the Mariners do that.
Of course not.
Unless New York takes on all that money.
All of everyone's money?
Yeah.
You take on all of Castillo, all of Polanco, and all of Weaver? You're willing to give up your third-rated prospect, Laz Montez, to save that money? No. I don't see that. Sorry. Not in a league where unless you truly don't believe in Laz. If you just don't believe in him, fine. But that, to me, feels like a big swing and a miss.
Yeah.
That is a lot to give up.
There has been some big swing and miss with Laz.
True. That's
44% right now, I believe.
I get it.
I crunched the numbers last night, just kind of taking a look at how Arroyo, who's on fire down in Tacoma, and just kind of curious how Laz is doing. And he's hit a couple bombs and a double, so the slug is okay. But man, 44% strikeout rates.
Well, I mean, he just started there. It's not like he's been there for ages. I mean, he just got there. You got to give him a little bit of a time to move up a level and all of that.
But there's a lot of swing.
There's a lot of swing and miss, but there's also a tremendous amount of upside, and he's still a really young player.
And I don't
You're going to
say
trade that for Jorge Polanco, who might miss the rest of the year, and Luke Weaver?
No thanks.
That's just a no. The Castillo for Weaver, kind of on their own, I think there's an interesting conversation there. But Castillo for then giving up Laz for Polanco?
No.
What? Okay. Like, am I crazy? That doesn't even make a little bit of sense. So you hear some of these deals and you're like, I know that Mariners fans, we've talked about this in the past, we all have a tendency to do this where you're like, can't you give up Luis Castillo and get back Aaron Judge? Like, well, probably not, no. But there are reasonable middle grounds to be met, and I don't think that deal comes anywhere close to it. I think that the Bowden deal is closer, but I'd still say no. You still have small moves for a bat, right? You can always, a Taylor Ward type move. Those are fine, although we did talk to Jeff yesterday, Jeff Passan, and he kind of went through why those are hard because you don't really have, not that you don't have room for them, but you're taking out guys that are actually playing pretty well to get those players in. What you really need is for your dudes, Cal and Naylor and Julio and those guys. And hey, by the way, Julio with a home run last night, 2 hard hit balls. Naylor had 3 hits. Maybe that's the start of something. But the only name that has come up that has actually kind of fired up my engine, that has gotten me like, okay, I'm willing. Please don't ever do that again. The only stop it, man. The only name that has gotten me to like, okay, I'll go big. I'll go all in on this. Is Mason Miller.
Yeah.
Closer
sure seemed like our guy yesterday too. Went from our conversation onto the old Pat McAfee show where they make sounds like that. Salky's got a whole gaggle of guys.
Well, then by all means, we should try to copy that.
They love to make sounds just like that. What would your engine sound like, by the way? Is that what disturbed you? That's not your engine? Is there any kind of engine sound I could have made that you've been like, yeah, do that again?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
You're out on any of
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
What about an airplane engine?
Would you please just stop?
Jeff Passan went from our show, Salk, and just stirred it up that much more.
Really?
On the Oh, yeah.
Well, here's what he said to us.
Oh, yeah.
That one I think would cost George Kirby. And that's something, if I'm the Mariners, that I'm willing to do. Because I am not the guy who generally values one-inning relievers for a whole lot. And I look at my perspective on the Hall of Fame. Like, closers in the Hall of Fame, to me, it's just like, I don't know. But Mason Miller's different. Mason Miller is in often the most high leverage spots of any game and absolute force multiplier. He is the closest thing to a sure thing that you're going to find in baseball.
Speaking your language there, Brock, with the force multiplier. I know that gets you. I know that gets your engines revving. Please don't do that again. Yeah, look, Mason Miller's that good. And he's
that young and he's that controllable.
And there is something too, if there is no obvious way to improve your weaknesses, then improve your strengths. Make it even better. Become the most dominant bullpen imaginable by adding Mason Miller at the back end of it and having Andres Munoz, Matt Brash, Gabe Spire, and the rest of the crew here set him up. Yeah. That, to me, is a much more understandable scenario. Now, is he going to be available? Jeff said yesterday 40%. Buster only yesterday, and Buster's going to join us, I think, on Friday. Buster tweeted yesterday on the Padres, specifically regarding Miller, their chances for making the playoffs per Fangraphs are just under 12%, 11.8%. Now, you know how I feel about those things. You go on a 10-game win streak, and that thing immediately goes away. But if it kind of stays where it is, and before the deadline, the Padres face the Braves and Marlins, and then the Rockies and Giants. So God knows what they're going to do during that stretch. Some good, some bad, some in between. But if they do make him available, and, a deal starts.
Jeff did say that, by the way. Jeff went on McAfee and kind of upped that ante quite a bit. So I don't know if he heard from Mr. Preller or reached out after our conversation, but he absolutely said, he's available, but the Yankees and everybody and their mother are going to come calling for him.
Sure, they will.
Probably why he's
And you have stuff that most people in the buying market can't trade. The Yankees don't have. That's fine.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
I like that engine, Maura.
Certainly better than you making the sounds.
Yes.
I'll tell you that. That has a little more juice than you doing
your engine.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that. Maybe you are.
Can't.
Whatever you do, don't say the other thing. Don't say the other thing. Get us in trouble. Look.
So is that
Mason
the one?
Miller gets going.
Is that the one? So Bowden's line there about that other trade, the tail end of it. He didn't like the necessarily names, but when he said that makes the Mariners better, even if they lose the trade, from a pure valuation standpoint, you're willing to do that this time around?
Yeah, I don't think George Kirby's going to be here once his contract ends, and you've got a surplus in your rotation, and you need help in your bullpen, and this helps make you dominant. I don't know exactly what's going to take. I mean, it's easy for me to say here, I'm not having negotiations and having the Padres be like, throw in this guy, throw in that guy, throw in this guy, throw in that guy. Like, I don't know how much else they want to do. But, yeah, I'm absolutely beyond intrigued. Mason Miller makes you much, much better. And you're in a bad American League where you have every opportunity to go take it.
There are finite periods of time for any team to go out and take advantage of what you built. And even though the Mariners have been hovering around 500 all season long, and that there's a realistic scenario in which they don't make the playoffs, an untimely injury here or, poor performances there, and suddenly this is just a wasted season. But I think likelier is that it has a chance to be a really special season. And that's something that when you have the organizational depth that the Mariners have built at this point, I don't mind chasing and I don't mind getting a little loose on.
So, Salky.
Yes, sir.
AJ Preller on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you like this deal, do you? Oh, you like Mason? You like the most dominant reliever in all of baseball? Great. You know who we really like? We really like that Sloan kid. Oh, you know who we really like? Oh, we really like that lefty that's doing things never done before in Double-A.
Yeah, those are the two guys I'm probably saying no on. But after that, I'm willing to listen on Las Montes.
Logan? We really like Logan.
Yeah, probably not. Although I'm not like 100% no, but I would say no. I don't think you're trading Logan.
Bryce?
I think I got to have the conversation. If it's Bryce, then I don't have to give up as much in the prospect world, right? I think Bryce, with his controllability, a little more valuable than George Kirby is. Yeah, I'm having the conversation. I don't know what that looks like, but yeah, I'm having the conversation. I'm having the conversation. I don't know exactly the worth and the value, and maybe there's something the Padres can kick back in order to make it work. I don't know if they have a right-handed bat. Ty France is sort of the guy people keep throwing out there, and I don't know whether maybe it is. Maybe you do bring back Ty France. I don't know. You got to be real sure. You got to be damn positive, right? Once you start throwing around some of those names off your roster. But if that conversation, if they do like George Kirby, and they liked his 6 shutout innings that he threw the other day, I'm starting the conversation there. And if they like some of the guys, even Arroyo and Las Montes and Felning, I am having those conversations. Sure. He's that dominant. And again, what you can do to the game, threatening with your starting rotation, backed up by Mason Miller, Matt Brash, Andres Munoz, Gabe Spire.
I mean, we'll see.
Edward Bizardo
we'll see on
Ferrer.
Brashy, right? We'll see on Brashy, which I think also could add further fuel to this.
But the nice thing is, it's not like that ends at the end of this year. I mean, Jeff's right. It might not work this year, but you would then go into next year with that bullpen. None of those guys are going anywhere.
Since Brock's brought it up a few times, maybe Jeff did get a little more information after our show. This was him on McAfee yesterday on saying Miller is definitely available.
Mason Miller is definitely available. Now, does that mean that at the end of the day, AJ Preller, who's one of the most prolific traders of all executives in baseball, is going to flip him just a year after acquiring him for Leo DeVries, who's one of the best prospects in baseball? Not necessarily, but the Padres it's not prospects. The Padres need major league ready starting pitching.
Well, is there any team out there that has that? I'm just wondering. Any buyers that have that? Because there's a seller who has it, probably shouldn't be trading for Mason Miller. But a buyer? There's only one, as far as I know, that has an excess that is rolling out 6 starters or a piggyback. That's the Mariners. And oh, by the way, they've got 2 more waiting in the wings. To me, this is pretty obvious. What if you took on some money and it was Luis Castillo and George Kirby? Yeah, you got to bring Kate Anderson up. You do. You have to do it at that point, but does that get it done? Right? There are a lot of ways, and if I'm them, I'm having a lot of conversations with a guy in AJ Preller who likes to make deals. Yeah, that is the first time I've been pretty excited about anything at this trade deadline. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, 3 good football questions. We saw the football guys out at the baseball game last night. Sam Darnold throwing out the first pitch. Sounded a little nervous ahead of time. Did he look comfortable?
No.
How come?
No.
Is it because the baseball's so small?
You know, it's interesting, Song. And I don't remember this 20, 30 years ago. I think the John Elways of the world, the Jay Schraders of the world, those guys in that era could really throw a baseball. In fact, they were all drafted. Could really, really throw a baseball and throw a first pitch. And it wouldn't look terribly uncomfortable. Even Russell Wilson, when Russ, a baseball and football guy, right, when he threw first pitch, looked pretty good. When C.J. Stroud threw a first pitch.
Well, that was horrific.
It was John Clayton bad. Sam wasn't that. I mean, honestly, Stroud looked like he'd never thrown a projectile before in his life. Sam wasn't that bad, but it was pretty awkward last night watching it.
Really?
It was not very smooth. Yeah.
I think it's because the ball's so small.
Well, I think it's more the mechanical changes in the whole biomechanic age that we're in with the football that it's very different. Even Tom Brady the other day on Fanatics, he was throwing strikes, but it was unbelievably robotic. And it's because back in the day, Salk, throwing a football was very, I don't know, there was a lot more symmetry with throwing a football and a baseball in my era.
Okay.
When I came up, it was rotational, right? It was fling it here. It was, and now it is very spine neutral. Turn around your spine, keep your off arm. So for a right-hander, your left arm, keep that up almost by your shoulder pad, by your throwing arm, right? When you watch Tom Brady, if you're watching me on video, For me, it's here, right? And like back in my day, you just kind of let it go. You just let the whole. And now it's like, no. You want to stop. You want to stop that momentum. You want that off arm to really kind of halt, so you stay totally spine neutral. Yeah, and it's made the mechanics of the two very, very different. And why I think Sam was kind of nervous, because like, I don't want to look like C.J. Stroud. He looked like he's never thrown anything in his life, honestly. And C.J.'s a pure thrower of the football. He may have melted down last year. He may have lost some confidence, but as far as like a pure, pretty spiral spin it, dude can throw a football. Can't throw a baseball. Sam not quite to that level, but still a little uncomfortable last night.
I think it's about big hands and a very small ball.
But then why did those guys 30
light.
years ago? Why were they there was that contrast 30 years ago?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that part
Thank
of it.
you. Biomechanics.
Let's go question number
Start
2.
your engine.
It's a different kind of mechanic. Who starts your engine? Sorry. Notre Dame, Brock. The University of Notre Dame.
Golden Domers.
The Golden Domers. What do they have in common with the Seahawks? By the way, there's a couple of Golden Domers on this roster, right?
3 of them back-to-back years.
Jadarian Price. You've got Julian Love.
Uh-huh. Oh, come on, Michael.
And
Michael.
Riley Mills.
There you go.
Did I got it?
Back-to-back years.
Yeah, don't mess with me. Don't Michael me.
Mm-hmm. Jadarian Price talking about some of the similarities between the two, and this makes some sense.
Yeah, one thing that I really noticed was the importance of getting the guys together, whether that's a team event outside of the facility like we did in the off-season, or what we do like walk and talks where we have a vet get like 10 guys and like 10 guys in each group with the vets, and we just talk about your life, talk about where you're from, what's your motivation, what's your why, and really getting to know everybody on your team. I think that's important. It starts from the ground up, just being able to plant those seeds and get to know each other and build that foundation together.
That's an important thing here, and as we know from college football, Salk, it does not cultivate a lot of that. The transactional nature of it in so many locker rooms. Oh, yeah, great. I'm going to try to get to, where'd he go? Oh, he's at Ole Miss. Where'd he go? Oh, he's at LSU.
He's not here anymore.
Oh, where's he? Oh, he's at Arkansas. Not Notre Dame. Those guys stick around, right? Jeremiah Love there for his whole tenure. Jadarian Price there for his whole tenure. Riley Mills there for his whole tenure. Julian Love there. Previous era, but he's there his whole tenure. Like, no, guys stick around there. So you actually kind of build some roots and you get to know one another. And I think that's attractive to certain kids. And certainly ones like Jadarian that had an over 4-point GPA in high school. Like, no, I want to get to know my guys. I want to get to know this game. I want to get to know it at a deeper level. I think it's important here in Seattle, the kind of guys. Now, you can't have 70 of them. Not all 70 of them are from Notre Dame or wired that way. But there's a lot of them that know how to talk ball, that want to talk ball, that want to know their teammates and learn each other. And certain programs in college football still doing it, and the Golden Domers as well as anybody.
All right, question number 3. Free agent workout. Seahawks bring in a couple of people, it seems like every week. What do you take away from that?
Yeah, I was looking at that. Bob Condotta tweeted yesterday as he takes in Brady and all those guys. Just take a look at the transaction page in football. And yesterday, the transaction page was 4 guys coming in and working out. A receiver from Ole Miss that I'd never heard of. And then actually a DB from Ole Miss I never heard of. I actually had heard of Brandon Johnson, Oregon DB. So what I take away is 3 of the 4 workouts yesterday were DBs. Why? Well, Nicky Manwari is out. Where is there still some question mark as far as depth? The QB documentary I was watching yesterday, Salk, and I know it's not the game we're talking about today. It's the 5th game of the year was Tampa Bay. And in that game, who's playing a lot? Nehemiah Pritchett. Who really struggled in that game? Nehemiah Pritchett. And, obviously Reek's gone, and you pay Job, and you got Spoon, but Manwari's down. Like, that secondary is still a position.
Sure.
I think not just in workouts yesterday with 3 DBs, and you sign one of them. I think that's a position over training camp that you may take a look at around the league. Right, that we've seen John do that and staff do that and make trades late in training camp. If there's a position that maybe doesn't have the depth that the D-line room or the linebacker room or the tight end room or the O-line room or the running back room or the receiver room, like the one that probably doesn't have as much depth is that room. And somewhat indicative yesterday as they signed Brandon Williams, cut by Philly on their practice squad last year. Undersized guy, can really run more than Nehemiah Pritchett mode. But that may be a position over training camp and through Hard Knocks. I wouldn't be surprised they look around the league a little bit more.
All right, good stuff. There you go. That is today's Blue 88. We do that every morning at 7:45, just to set things up. More football talk in about a half hour. Daniel Jeremiah.
Brandon Johnson, by the way, not Brandon Williams.
That's
Brandon
okay.
Johnson.
I think you said Brandon Johnson.
I don't know.
The first time you did it. Anyway.
I think I did the first time.
All right,
Johnson,
then you
Williams, Johnson.
All right.
Johnson.
Well, Jeremiah, Daniel, will join us at 8:30, and then Francona Terry, who goes by his dad's nickname, Tito, he will join us at 9:30 this morning. One more game with the Reds, and Tito, I think it's okay to say where he was. Yes, I don't think that's like a secret. No, he was just over visiting with Mike McDonald and that crew and getting yeah, I think that's fairly typical for visiting managers and coaches and people like that. They like to, get to know each other. In fact, one of the questions I have for Tito is, who else have you talked to like that over the years? What other
what Mike
coaches have you
McDonald likes to
learned
do? He likes to talk to Tito.
Absolutely.
World Series winning manager.
Twice World Series winning manager.
Twice over.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say absolutely. Those guys like talking to each other, and I'm curious what Tito kind of gets from something like that.
You know what that's called, Song? That's called a symbiotic relationship.
Is it? Where you each benefit.
So. That's right.
Yeah, that's nice. Because of that, I thought do you guys have trash takes? I don't know where we're at. Do you guys have trash takes?
I do.
Maura, you got a trash take?
I did not prep ahead. I just saw that that's what you want to do next. I'll find one.
All right. Well, Maura's just like, dude, you know what I need? Like 3 minutes and I'll still whoop your behind, Brock, because she's the trash take king. We'll try a little early trash takes next on Brock and Salk. Brock, this might be your secret. This is with no competition. You might actually win.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
We share our used cars. So our used cars are open trade between any store. So the sales managers don't have a problem in saying, yes, that car's available, and then that person from Seattle can come to Kirkland, pick the car up and sell it. It's what's best for the customer at the end of the day.
The LJ way.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's figure out how to get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact. When you're all one team and you've got a great relationship, the other team comes over and helps that team, and then you as the customer don't see any difference in that experience. You're still getting the same service that you want and expect.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
You're in charge of ordering boxes, small boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap, just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline, we warehouse for you.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community, not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live. Powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast. It's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFI-NITY.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, so because Daniel Jeremiah at 8:30, Terry Francona at 9:30, not sure we're going to have time for Trash Takes, which is generally how we end the show on Wednesdays, Brock. I thought we'd move some things around and introduce a different audience to something that we do generally later in the show on Wednesdays. This is a chance for you and Maura and whoever else is with us on that day. Ian's been with us recently. He's not here today. We've got Ryan, and Ryan wasn't aware, so it's fine. We're going to excuse him from this interview, so to speak. You guys come up with the worst takes you've heard, read, or seen all week. And as the master of trash takes, I get to judge which one is actually the worst. We call it Trash Takes.
Get it together! Don't look like trash!
Trash Takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
There is an obvious, easy answer if you guys want to win this week. And you don't need to roll in any sound.
Oh, it's the Mets guy.
No. There is an
I think it's something you
obvious.
sent last night.
Probably.
No. It's something we've been talking about, but it's an obvious, easy answer. If you know me and you know, obvious, easy answer, I think, to Trash Takes. But we'll see if you guys come up with it. Brock, why don't you go first?
Yeah, you remember the streak I was on. I won 3 of 4.
That was like 2 months ago.
Yep, and then we took a week off.
Yeah.
And then
what have you done for me lately?
Mora's won the last 2. I thought last week you kind of robbed me, but that's okay.
No, that's
You're
fine.
the trash master.
Feel that way.
A lot of layoffs, sadly, yesterday. We talked about that. We can maybe You probably asked DJ about it as well, as he's part of the new kind of ESPN NFL Network merger over there, and some good friends let go. Charles Davis, in particular, who's been on the set with DJ forever, and DJ loves him like an absolute brother, and is going to miss him tremendously. So, a bunch of different layoffs. Ryan Clark sends a video of himself lifting weights, saying, "I'll be fine." Good deep squats, some snatch. He's pounding some weights in the weight room. That was his response, and whatever, kind of performative. But the ultimate performer also let go, Cam Newton, Salk. Here was Cam Newton, 60 seconds. Observation.
You have to make light of something, because for me, if this isn't a way for all athletes and even content creators to learn one important rule of the times that we live in right now. If you don't own your own platform, you're going to get overlooked, bypassed, and be extinct just like dinosaurs. Look at what's happening here.
Okay.
It's unfortunate what.
That's all.
No, that's fine. Now, Nemhauser kind of made a similar point on Twitter, like, hey, this is kind of a reminder that this day and age, you better own all your own stuff. And I would say, you know what? If you're skilled and adept at doing that, and you got a team around you, like, okay, great. And Brian's been able to do it. Brian's a really bright guy. Comes out of the data world and super, like, but you know what, Cam? Most athletes are not capable of doing that. And you know what? The Pat McAfees and the Stephen A. Smiths and many of your teammates that are still there love to work for a team and love to work for an organization. I love to work at Bonneville. I don't think I have to own all my own stuff. I think if you're a great teammate and you got great people around you, you can flourish as a great team. If you're a solo and you want to go about it, great, go for it. Good luck, because that market is flooded with a lot of folks that think they can go do it out on their own. And you'll pop for a little bit, but I wish you the best in that endeavor.
All right. Brock's going with Cam Newton. Mora, Brock, you were close. I thought you had it, but no. All right. Didn't get the easy win anyway. We'll see if it's enough to get by.
We'll
Mora, what do you got?
Yeah. So I was unprepared this week. I thought that the one that you sent last night was pretty good.
Okay.
That headline from Newsweek that says the Seahawks just lost their Super Bowl MVP and their OC. Now it's on one player to prove that last year wasn't a fluke.
I mean, that's
Picture of
just
Sam
dumb.
Darnold.
That whole thing is just dumb. There's no doubt.
Was this team ever just about Sam Darnold?
No, they were mostly about Ken Walker.
Super Bowl MVP.
It was when I think about last year's team, I feel like they were sort of built around, like Ken Walker and like Clint Kubiak. That's how I generally would describe them to people. When my friends would be like, "Hey, this Seahawks team good?" I'd be like, "Yeah, have you seen Ken Walker and Clint Kubiak? That's the team."
Now I do think Clint
Kind of a
Kubiak could end
bill.
up being a bigger loss than maybe we've talked about.
Absolutely. Well, that's a dumb headline. There's no doubt. Does Newsweek still exist? Like, I know it used to be a thing.
Like you think that's an AI generated news?
Well, I think Newsweek is not what it was. I think Newsweek has sort of gone the way of Sports Illustrated, where it's just not really a real thing anymore. It's like Life magazine or something. Like, it just doesn't, it's not a thing. Also, they don't know anything about sports. So
Ryan, do you know anything about Salk? Where do you think Salk's going with this? Is there a Captain Obvious that we miss?
Yeah.
I don't know, but
It's
I'm
not really a
curious.
take, but it's just something that happened yesterday. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, Carl Ravitch being let go?
No, that really does make me bummed out. But I get it. Like, ESPN has moved away from baseball. They just don't value it the same way they used to. It's a shame.
Yeah.
And I think Ravitch probably ends at MLB Network, and he flourishes there because he's great.
Okay.
No, Maura, thank you. Newsweek isn't relevant enough and real enough at this point to make trash takes. I'm sorry. Brock, Cam's close. He's almost got it. He's right that if you don't own your own, you run the risk. He's not right that if you don't own your own, then it's definitely
Then you're
going
a
to
dinosaur.
happen. Like, that's not true.
You're a dinosaur.
But you do put yourself at risk to market factors that have nothing to do with you or even necessarily how good you are. Like, there are a lot of people that were let go yesterday that are really good at their jobs, and it's unfortunate due
Tom
to the market
Pelissero
factors.
at the top of the list.
Well, and that's where I would have gone with my trash take. The fact that ESPN signed Ian Rappaport to a long-term deal and let Tom Pelissero go is madness. It's just silly.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
Yeah.
That's a trash take. Like, hey, let's bring in the guy who's often wrong instead of the really good reporter with the great teeth and hair. Huge mistake.
They're going to go with the name recognition and the following that Rappaport has, but we love Pelissero on
Well,
the show.
I mean, they
He's
also
great.
went with Garofalo over Pelissero, and I would say that they are very similar in terms of name recognition. No shot at Garofalo, does a nice job. I'm not taking a shot at him. He's fine. I still would have gone with Pelissero, who I think is great. Whatever.
Tom, probably a bigger contract, I would think, than Garofalo.
Is
Probably plays a role.
But I'm sure it's a lot smaller than Rappaport, and I think he
Yeah.
does just as good a job, if
Yeah.
not better. So
Yeah.
at least he didn't get stuff wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hang up on, what was the guy's name? Chucky Dukes?
Oh, boy. You're going to go find that.
No, I won't. I won't go play the
Did you
Chad
see when
Dukes.
JJ
Chucky Dukes was a
Watt-
running back from, I think, BC.
When JJ Watt went on with
Remember him?
McAfee yesterday, he was giving him a hard time. Like, heard you're getting a $100 million contract, and they had to lay everyone off around here to leave room for you.
I mean,
Yep.
also kind of true.
Uh-huh.
All right, there you go.
So did I kind of win?
Nope, nobody wins. I win.
What?
I'm winning. I won. I was the only one with a good trash take this week. That's what happens when you change the timing, screw everybody up, and then get to be judge, jury, and executioner.
My fault for not paying attention.
206 says Life Magazine's catching strays. Who's next? Highlights? Need to find this hidden item before the dentist calls me in.
Did you like that? I used to love that.
Yeah, every time you're at the doctor's or the
I bet
dentist
Kyle
or whatever.
Brown. I bet
you
that's
have some
I bet
highlights.
Kyle Brown loved that.
Yeah. 206 says, I own all my own stuff and nobody's ever heard of me. It's great. Yeah, that must be good. That must be really good. All right. Let's see. We will talk to Daniel Jeremiah, who kind of does a little of both, I guess. Sort of owns his own, but also has, I don't know. We'll talk to DJ at 8:30.
Very connected and passionate Padre fan.
All right. Well, we'll see if he thinks that there's a future for Mason Miller here in Seattle. And then Terry Francona will join us at 9:30. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, home of Wyman and Bob.
Cole Young, I mean, he just comes up clutch.
Afternoons 2 to 7.
Game's on the line. Say you're tied, 2 outs. Who do you want up at the plate right now? At this very moment after 100 games, who do you trust the most up there? For a young guy in his first full season, he's had some big moments already.
Cole Young's only 22, so it's really exciting for the future.
And by the way, the only player on this roster to play every single game.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, Brock Hewitt here. And so many things that I love about Chef John Howie, Sea-Star Restaurant, been my go-to for my family for almost a quarter century. Yes, 24 years over there in Bellevue. You know I love the menu, especially right now where it is so fresh, so seasonal. Those amazing oysters, the sushi, the cedar plank salmon, the Dungeness crab bisque. It just goes on and on. And you know what else I love about John and the team over there at Sea-Star? They evolve. They just don't rest on their laurels. They keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And right now, just started a really cool new promo where you get to roll the dice. Yes, you make a reservation. You walk in at 8 o'clock on a Sunday through Thursday, 5 days a week. You walk in 8 o'clock or later, and you're going to get some dice at the end of your meal. You're going to get 2 dice, and if you roll a 6, you know what my buddy's going to do? He's going to take care of all of the food on your menu. That includes the big Alaskan king crab. That includes lobster tails. You roll in there 5 days a week, Sunday to Thursday at 8 o'clock or later. You make your reservation. You roll the dice. Yeah, he's going to pick up your bill with your food. That's Sea-Star, constantly evolving and putting the very best in front of you each and every time. For 24 years at Sea-Star Restaurant. Find it all and all the details at SeastarRestaurant.com.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
We're kicking off a football frenzy that can net you up to $10,000 in cash. Don't stand on the sidelines. Get on the pitch and join the fun. Hourly hot seat drawings run every Saturday night from 7 p.m. till midnight in June and July. Take your shot at $10,000 every week. The field's wide open. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawks, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cards, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
The countdown is on.
Just 3 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, yeah, tough loss for the Mariners yesterday. I put this in a different category. I know they didn't hit with runners in scoring position. To me, this one was frustrating. 1 for 10, 10 left on base. That was annoying. But they actually had decent at-bats in those spots, and Julio crushed the ball, and unfortunately, De La Cruz makes just an exceptional play, one that you do not see very often. So I don't know. I thought they were a threatening offense last night. They didn't get it done. That's a bummer, but they had 6 hits, 6 walks, and 2 home runs. Unfortunately, They didn't come at the right time, but that is a pretty good recipe for success.
No, that was not it. That was not a Friday night sleepwalking, no pressure. Tito had some nervous moments last night.
I'm sure he did.
That bullpen was stressed. Cal had an amazing at-bat late in that game, starting 0-2, works it all the way back, has a great take on 3-2 for the walk to put, again, more guys in scoring position. They just could not get that big hit.
No, unfortunately, they could not.
And since he got only a couple of them, but they got one more. over the fence, and our boy Gino Suarez was a part of that action last night.
Mariners out-hit them and out-walked them yesterday. Like, they kind of did a lot, and I think homers were the same, 2-2, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was 3-2. But, yeah,
3-2 with the late one.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But they outplayed them, I thought. Just unfortunately weren't able to get the big hit in the big moment. It was nice to see Julio go deep.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Julio swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. This is going, and it is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez, arms spread wide, touches second, rounding second, heading for third, taking a tour around the bases. The crowd back in the ball game. Julio with a home run out toward the pen in left center field. And it's now the Reds 3 and the Mariners 2. The Mariners' second home run of the night.
Yeah, you talk about nervous moments. You're right. If I'm a Reds fan or a Reds manager or a Reds player, I'm like, uh-oh. This was a real close game here in the 8th. Unfortunately, Mariners couldn't finish the job.
When was Julio's last home run? That was his first home run of the month of July. Jeepers.
I mean, he missed
a
good portion of July.
It was June 19th against Boston.
Sheesh. That is kind of crazy.
Been a while.
He unloaded on that one, too.
Yes,
that one was a no doubt.
Nice to hear Ricky's voice, too.
By the way, Weston Wilson putting together some decent at-bats recently. Am I the only one who's like, some of these Weston Wilson at-bats are not bad. He got a little pop. He's a strong dude. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to go anywhere, but rubber match today, 12:40, Emerson Hancock and Brady Singer. You may remember him from his years in Kansas City, not having a very good year, but those two will get after it at 12:40.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We got Baseball America rankings in, post-draft version. Ryan Sloan still number 1, Kate Anderson 2, Las Montes 3, Felning Celestin up at 4, and then the new guy, first-round pick Ace Reese, slides in at number 5. He was at the park yesterday, taking batting practice, meeting people. He really does have a beautiful swing. He's got a lot of pop, a lot of power, and very mature. I was very impressed with his interviews, and I thought he did a great job in the booth during the game with Aaron.
Kind of fits in line a little bit, right, with some of these guys lately, especially your first rounders of late.
It kind of sounds like he knows some of those guys too. Like he they reached out to him, guys like Colt and Cole, and yes, Cal, but like some of his peers, Cade, he said reached out to him. Like, yeah, it's kind of nice that he knows some of those guys and that there's a little bit of a relationship there already.
Well, would he be? How many years was he in college? 3?
I think so.
Would he be old? He'd be older than Colt. And maybe the same age as Cole. Maybe they all, right?
Crazy.
They probably did.
They're probably all on.
Probably did the whole perfect game circuit and all the all-star games.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, he was there, and his agent, Scott Boras, was there, and Boras was very high on him, which was surprising.
Really?
Yeah, shocking. Boras also talked about Kate Anderson, who he says is the best pitcher in minor league baseball, and says when he does arrive in Seattle, whenever that is, he expects his client to be part of the starting rotation, not the bullpen. This is from Adam Jude. He says in a playoff scenario, though, then he could imagine Anderson being effective as a reliever, as long as they prepared him for that.
Right.
Okay. I think that's what everybody sort of talking about there. But thanks, Scott. Thanks for weighing in. Other guys in the top 10, Farmelo, Luke Stevenson, the catcher that they took last year. That's cool to see. Michael Arroyo, who's really hitting the ball well and may be an option for the Mariners sooner rather than later. Nick Becker and Yorger Bautista rounds out the top 10.
Is that the monster?
He's... I think so. I think that's the right guy.
I think that is.
The monster. I'd have to look it up, but I think you're right. Yeah, Nick Becker's like a little guy, shortstop. Okay.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Are the Seahawks and Devin Witherspoon on the same page? It does seem like they're getting closer. Steve Weiss was bumping Stacy yesterday.
I know both sides want to get a deal done. It could have something to do with the ownership change and how much upfront cash they want to give up. It's not the cap number, it's the cash. But I don't think so. I just think it's the sides kind of trying to continue to work, maybe seeing what other deals get done. But I think it's just the sides continue to push through. And a lot of times, and you see this around the league, deals don't get done, especially second contracts, until right before training camp. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's an accounting issue. I don't know if it's a tax issue. But a lot of times deals don't get done. You know, living here in Los Angeles, the Rams for years would get deals done like a few days right before the start of training camp, and that could be what's happening in Seattle.
All right, so we'll see. I still think that's going to be a right in the middle of Hard Knocks type of a thing. I like this though from why she had a little bit more info and thought on the Nikki Manwari injury.
I have been told by someone there it's not something that they're overly concerned with, so I don't think this is something that's a surgical that's going to require something that's going to keep him out for a while. And remember, with this rule, at any point, because they declared him on the PUP now, at any point they can activate him once he's medically cleared. So he could come out the second day and be fine.
That's positive.
That's good news.
Yeah. Like to hear that.
That's in line with what Ken and Brady shared, although I think, we'll see.
Maybe went a little farther. But
maybe a little bit further, but yeah.
All right.
By the way, did you also see the other note? I think it was Shefty maybe, or Weiss. Aaron Donald. You see how much he's due? He comes back to playing? Yeah, it's not like, we can just do a minimum deal with some escalators. Because he retired.
Right.
The Rams owe him $30 million per year. $30 million.
They'll figure it out.
Start.
They'll figure it out. It'll all get figured out. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. Yes. Everybody texting in. That is the beast, Brock. Yorger Baptiste is the beast. Not the monster, but the beast.
Beast mode.
Yes. That is the beast.
Gotcha.
Yep. And then someone else says they thought Ace came across as very entitled. I did not think that. I thought he's just polished and very natural, and I'd like to get him on the show at some point. Actually, I thought he was a good listen last night during the game. All right, most people call Daniel Jeremiah to get football insight, and obviously we'll get some from him. But we might actually have more of an ulterior motive. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 3 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Klein Jewelers is all about celebrating big anniversaries. What's a big anniversary? Year 1, year 5, year 25. If you forgot about it, you'll find out just how big it is. No matter the year, Klein Jewelers is here to help you celebrate with something beautiful. Maybe it's a 3-stone ring that honors your past, present, and future. Maybe it's a new band to stack or the diamond upgrade you've been dreaming about. And while we love anniversaries, we're here for all life's special moments too. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Your jeweler for life.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Wayscar Ford is celebrating their 104th birthday in Auburn. How's that possible? It's all about the people, employees and customers just like you and me. The Wayscarf Way, 104 years of service, trust, and community. Wayscarford.com. That's Wayscarford.com.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
Start having fun.
Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, there's a lot of reasons to have Daniel Jeremiah on. In fact, Brock, we do it every week during the football season. We like to talk to DJ about the draft. We like to talk to him about the Seahawks. We like to talk to him about, getting some grades on players and who's playing well and who's not and what he sees on film, and even better if he's able to call players by their number instead of by their name. I mean, that's when you know the
I can
real
talk to him
scouting
about
work has gotten
cankles.
done.
I can talk to him about power sources. Right, all of those things that one of the few that I can really speak that language with.
But we're not doing that today.
We're not?
That's not, I mean, we will, but that's not our reason for calling our friend Daniel Jeremiah, who joins us now. Good morning, DJ. How are you? Or he joins us in theory, anyway. Yeah, I know he was there.
Kind of going in and out.
We got some in and out issues with our video once again. Oh, that's good. That's great. I got to tell you, you know what I've been enjoying is our technical issues with the video system. Like, I really want to have people on video, but I like it when we try to have them on, and then it doesn't work. It's really great.
You really like it when they can't hear me.
It's really good. Well, that part's fine. That's like the best possible situation. But that's not this. This is he can't even hear us. It's not Moore's fault. I'm not blaming her. She's fine. But I got to tell you.
But it stresses her out. We don't like that.
I'm losing patience. I've been pretty good about this, I think. Oh, there he is. DJ. Can you hear us?
Hey, guys.
Oh, thank God.
But my headset's not working because we're out of practice.
So it's your fault? Oh, thank God. It's a DJ problem. I assumed it was us because We've had some issues. All right, well then I'll skip the whole theatrics and the way I set it all up. I won't do it again.
You're not getting Mason Miller.
Why
Can I
not?
leave now?
Why not? That's the only reason we want to talk to you.
Yes, we are.
What does it cost to get Mason Miller?
You have the pitching. I mean, it would be, you got those 2 top pitching prospects, so I'm assuming it would be one of those guys and something else.
No, I mean George Kirby. Is a start with a George Kirby?
Well, how much control does he have left?
2 years.
He'd probably want more control. But I don't think they're going to move him. I think they're going to end up trading Morahone, which would be a good addition too. I think he's the second best reliever that's available. He throws 100 from the left side. Like he's
awesome.
nasty.
He's really nasty. Now he doesn't have any control. It's just this year, and then he's a free agent.
It's a rental. But that would be for a starter. That I could see them, moving him for somebody they could get some innings out of. They're an interesting spot because in AJ's DNA, and I know him pretty well over the years, like he was obviously super aggressive and wants to buy. And I think there's probably a realization of, I don't think we're very good, but neither are any of these other teams in the NL wildcard race. I mean, they're 2 out. And now they've got, over the last, I think like the last month or so, like Tatis, Merrill, and Machado have really started to get going. So it's like if we get Pivetta back, you get Musgrove back. Like if you could flip Morahone and get another starter, you have Michael King. Like, I don't know. The whole league seems so watered down. I mean, I guess it's like the Dodgers and the Phillies and maybe the Rays.
And that's the good league. Like the National League's the good league. Yeah, the Brewers are good. The Braves are pretty good. I mean, like there's some good teams in the National League. You watch the Marlins; they're pretty good, at least from what we saw.
The Marlins are 2-8 in their last 10 games. So let's keep up. Come on.
Good teams go 2-8. Phillies did that. I mean, like, it happens.
We got to finish up with the Braves. Then we go to the Marlins. We'll take 2 out of 3 there, and then we'll be in buy mode. That's the way it works.
All right,
DJ, yes. Don't dash our dreams.
Yeah.
Okay. We have Jeff Passan on all baseball season.
Dude, it is your off season. Look at this, man. You got a beard going. Like you are in off season mode. Look at you.
I don't know. I've been running so much. Like the football season needs to hurry up and get here. I'm going to start running.
You're disheveled.
Well, that's tough. I mean, that's a shower. That's fair.
You're not doing your podcast anymore. Like, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
Okay?
What do you mean you've been running? Like busy running? Just family,
5-6 miles a day because I'm just like, what do I do? I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, you're getting thin. Maybe too thin. Yeah. Are you eating enough? Are you eating enough?
Disheveled and too thin. Now, Salk's got everybody thinking I got a drug problem now. This is great.
Well, if you think that Mason Miller is going to go for one of those young pitching prospects, maybe you do. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the Jeremiah household down there.
I think. By the way, I don't think they traded, but I would say the Yankees would offer the moon for him.
The Mariners have a lot more starting pitching, though, that they could offer. I don't know. We'll see. All right,
I know, but it would hurt. I think in order for them to move him, it would have to hurt a little bit.
Speaking of...
got like 4 years of control or something like that. It's crazy.
Speaking of drug use. Hold on. Oh, yeah, fine.
It's unbelievable. Look, you guys know, we've had Padres season tickets since the 90s, and I've seen, like, the Padres, for whatever, limitations they've had over their history, like, it's been Trevor Hoffman, it's been... Heath Bell had his run where he was. They've had good closers. They've always had good closers. Going back to Craig Lefferts when I was a kid.
Wow.
But when he moved to the bullpen. But this guy's he's unhittable. He's unhittable. You go into the 9th inning. It's not a question of whether you're going to win or lose. It's whether he's going to strike out 2 or 3. That's the.
He is that good. Pretty cool. All right. Well, speaking of drug use, because it might be the only explanation. You did a show for how long with Bucky Brooks? How long was that show?
Over 10 years.
Over
1,000 episodes.
Years, 1,000 episodes. And congratulations, a great run.
Thanks.
Do you know that he picked the Seahawks to go 7-10?
So I mentioned I was bored. So I did come across that, and I did watch that entire interview. And you know what concerned me about it. And it's not that, like, the take is the take and the reaction is the reaction. This is what concerned me. Is that I always finish my conversations with you guys, and I feel like I leave on a high note, and you guys kiss me off, and it's nice, and then I go on about my day thinking that we're all buddies. And then you guys, the interview ends like, "Hey, Bucky, we appreciate you coming on here and sharing your opinion. A really, really great conversation. All right, have a great day." Click. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's got to be stupid. And I'm I'm sitting here going, what are these guys saying about me the second that our interview's
Well,
in?
you got to understand, we're in a tough spot because it was a bad take, and it's a very unpopular take here, as you might imagine. But we weren't trying to be jerks to Bucky. He's a great guy and a nice guy. Like, we didn't want to like kill him and bring him on here and just like destroy him. But
I
also,
had a friend
like,
of mine.
he didn't back it up very well either.
I had a friend of mine. This is what classic story my wife likes to tell, but there was a friend of mine who had said something very rude to me. Like, I was very young in my career and I was not making any money in scouting, and I got a modest raise. And he poked some fun at me when I told him about my raise. And it really hurt my feelings. I was telling my wife about it. And I said, I would never, ever do that to him. She's like, you talk crap about him all the time. I go, yeah, behind his back. Like, that's not the same.
7-10?
They're not going to go 7-10.
Yeah.
I think I'm not just pandering here, but I've consumed a lot of stuff over the last couple months. And to be honest with you, that might be the only Seahawks take that I've heard. Like, forget good or bad. Like, they might be the least discussed
Super Bowl winner,
Super Bowl champion
ever
in history. And it's not like this was a roster of like John Elway riding off into the sunset, and you're like, okay, well, now where do they go? Like, they have an aging roster, and they got one last ride. Like, this should be the beginning of their run. So that's been kind of bizarre to me. I don't know if that's just Pacific Northwest thing or being in the same division with the Rams, who've made these splashy moves, but it just you tell me, has there been a least discussed Super Bowl winner than this one? I can't think of one.
Mm-mm. And some of that, let's face it, some of that is Mike McDonald's genius. I think when he was like, well, we're not trying to run it back, we're running it forward. It was like, oh, okay, so you're already spinning it. Like, there's no look back. It's, it's funny, Daniel, there's this book by Michael Gervais called The First Rule of Mastery, Stop Worrying About What People Think of You. Michael Gervais worked with Pete Carroll and the Legion of Boom. Like, he was in the building like he is now. But that whole crew was all about everybody else in the exterior motivation. This team is just not. And I think it starts and it kind of ends with Mike in that way. And I don't know. You tell me, what are you looking forward to with Hard Knocks? Do you think that this is going to finally start the engines?
If maybe I just know him a little bit better, but like, John is the one with the personality. Like, if you think about, if you have a Super Bowl team and who's going to garner attention, well, Sam's quiet and reserved. JSN for a star receiver is not anything like the typical star receiver. Your best defensive players, like Leonard Williams, is not a limelight seeker. Your head coach is very, understated in terms of not putting himself out there, other than maybe doing an interview at a golf tournament where it's like he's really saying anything. So I think maybe that's why they haven't got as much attention. They don't have guys they're running out there, seeking attention. But John, to me, will be the star of Hard Knocks.
They're also drama free. I mean, like, they don't have any real drama. Nobody's holding out. They don't have 12 injuries. Like, they're not a big drama team. Yeah. And I think Leonard Williams could end up being a Hard Knock star if they wanted him to be. He is a tremendous player, and he's like one of the world's most interesting humans. You're right. He's not a limelight seeker, but he is a smart, interesting, like, he goes spear fishing. Like, he thinks about the world and does a lot of different things. And if they travel with him, which I hope they do, I think they'll probably get something out of him. Did you see? We like the Jeremy Fowler list that he puts together every year, talking to executives and coaches and scouts and stuff on the best at each position. Leonard Williams, #1 interior defensive lineman. You think that's accurate?
No, he's been listening to our segments every week.
Yeah.
We go through it. And you remember, because Brock always texts me the day before or, the morning of, and be like, what'd you think of this? He'll pull out some rando that had 2 special teams tackles. Like, can't wait. I'm like, Brock, Leonard Williams is the best player on the field every week. He's the best player on the field.
No, you don't say by name. Don't you call him 99? Oh, 99.
Yeah, 99.
I've watched tapes. 99. 99 doing everything out there.
99 this.
99 shedding blocks. Is he the can he repeat? Can he be the best defensive lineman in football again this year?
He's in his prime. Yeah. And they didn't suffer a lot of losses. Like, I know Boye Mafe, I'm trying to think of anything else they would have lost up front. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't.
No, just Boye.
Up front, it was just Boye. They add in Dante Fowler, and they're gonna have Riley Mills. Hopefully, a whole lot more this year. You got to see a little of him at the end of last season. No, they're not. They're not really. The front looks the same.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere, and he takes tremendous care of his body. So he's and the other thing is I think I don't know if we talked since then. It's been a minute, but I was talking to a D-line coach. And we're talking after the Myles Garrett trade, which is going to make it fun to watch those games without question. But he was like, the key is not that alpha, unit for the Rams versus the Seahawks. It's the Bravo unit. Like you could say it's close with their starters, but the Seahawks backups are still so much better than the Rams. So it's that, and that's not just over the course of a long season. That's in the course of games where you're getting fastball rushes from all your guys because you can roll them all through. Whereas his whole point was you watch, like if you sort explosives against the Rams at the end of the year, now who knows if there's going to be many, but when you sort them, I bet you find a high percentage of them are the ones where Myles Garrett's off the field. It's not going to play every snap. So if you've got 2 or 3 shot plays in your game plan, you're going to wait until he goes off the field, dial him up.
Mm-hmm. Are we running outdoors or on the treadmill? 5-6 miles
treadmill
away.
Guy, it's easier on the knees.
You're a treadmill guy. Interesting.
Yeah,
have you tried to crank it up to 16 and run for 3 minutes and 43 seconds?
No, this is I'm a steady state cardio guy. So I like to get my heart rate and just park it in zones 2 and 3, and then I go for 45 minutes on there.
Wow,
interesting. Interesting. Hey, put your GM hat back on, or scouting hat back in the day when you were in the building and working with GMs. Because you find yourself in a situation, one of the storylines that will come here, and already is, and everyone's asking about it. I think we even asked you around the draft about Devin Witherspoon's contract. Yeah. Go back in the buildings you were in when an agent had multiple clients at the same position, which is what's going on with Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon. Walk me through how that is typically gone in the past.
Usually the agent has an idea of which one he thinks he can get the most out of, and they're going to bat second. So that's usually controlled by the agent of the order of which those come off the board. So I would imagine, and Witherspoon's my red star coming out, like one of my favorite players in the entire league. I would imagine he gets done first, and then Gonzalez will get done.
Were they same draft? They were same draft class, correct?
Yeah.
And so Spoon goes 5th in that draft. Gonzo goes a little later. Where was he? Teens, late teens?
Yeah,
it
was a few picks before JSN.
He had no business going as late as he did.
Okay, but does that also then play a role for Christian Gonzalez? Say, listen, that dude got more for me then. I want to be made a hold now, and I play outside, and I'm a lockdown guy, and lockdown JSN and the Super Bowl, blah blah blah. Like, is there some of that? Is that what's possibly holding this up?
Yeah, and I also just think the size. I mean, not that it's had any impact on Witherspoon's, production and what he's done and how great he is as a player. But I just think if you're thinking from a prototypical and think longevity with size and those things, that Gonzalez is going to fetch a little bit more. So,
so you think Spoon gets done first, and then
I think Spoon gets done first, and I think Gonzalez piggybacks off that and gets a little bit more.
Interesting.
I guess.
Nick Eamon-Worry is going to miss a little bit of time here in camp. It doesn't sound like it's that serious, but Brock, it kind of led to this conversation yesterday of like, who's the most, we've had this before, who are the most irreplaceable players on the team? Not who the best are, but who can you just not replace? And Sam's got to be up there, and JSN's probably 1 or 2.
99's up there.
Leonard Williams going to be right there. But after that, I might have him number 4. Like what he does to make this defense go good to great feels so hard to replace. How important is Nick Eamon-Worry to this season?
Yeah, I mean, selfishly, not even just from what you've seen, I would say selfishly for where it can go from here. Not having, this baseline knowledge that he has and how much they could expand it and what they could do with him. That's what I'm, excited to see where it goes. And I've mentioned this with you guys before, but seeing Derwin James' evolution and how they've been able to learn more about him and how to use him in different ways. And some instances, maybe realizing, okay, maybe pull back a little bit from this area, but they're still in as great as he's been, they're still in the discovery phase of all the different things this guy can do. So, hopefully he's ready to go once you get to the games, but he's definitely massive component of that defense in my opinion, in the growth of even where it goes from last year to the next year. And I would argue that the left tackle would probably be pretty high up on that list of guys you would not want.
The only reason I don't have it there is because they did it. They lost the left tackle last year for a handful of games, and those guys stepped up, and Josh Jones was good enough, and Amari Kite was good enough. Like, I normally would be right there with you, except that we saw it, and I was like, it doesn't look that much different. It was amazing.
Yeah, I would say if you get a healthy Bosa this year and you get Myles Garrett in the division, that position takes on a little more importance.
Come August 4th, first episode of Hard Knocks comes out. You think you'll learn anything new with these Seahawks? I mean, you talk to us every week. I think you probably, because of that, you obviously watch tape. You're awesome. You're informed. You know these guys fairly well. There's been great continuity. Come August 4th, is there anything you're looking forward to trying to learn or see from Hard Knocks?
I want to see the rookies, and that's, just because coming off the draft and spending so much time watching those guys. Like, I was a big Bud Clark fan, going through the process. Like, I could definitely see one of the little angles of that, of like, Bud Clark's, picked off a pass in 4 straight practices, like, where how excited everybody could be about him. So that's fun. Julian Neal will be fun to see what he looks like out there. So to me, it's the new guys, the new pieces, and what those look like and how they integrate and how much, playing time they can earn on a team.
What about ownership? I asked Rich Eisen about this. Yeah. Rich popped on with this yesterday. Asked him a very uncomfortable ankle question to start it. He didn't like that. He didn't jump aboard the whole scouting thing. And he kind of poo-pooed, downplayed, maybe rightfully so, ownership change for this year. Like, you're not even going to see it, hear it, feel it. But you've been in different buildings with different owners. You're with one there that's kind of a tenant in someone's building. What do you think ownership, and how does ownership and new ownership affect this team, short and long term?
I mean, I would think you don't get, well, look, I shouldn't say that. There are some dumb owners. So, but the assumption is that you're successful in life by, having some intelligence, and you would see how good of a thing they've got going there, that we're going to be a little bit more, let's come in and observe and learn, and let's not come in here, and try and rock the boat. I would guess the vast majority of people that have amassed that type of wealth would have enough awareness to do that. So I would think it won't be an issue, and they'll come in there and kind of feel it out. And I mean, they're literally at the very top of the mountain. I don't know that, you need to do anything other than don't screw it up. But, back to the Hard Knocks thing real quick. The thing I'm going to learn first and foremost is who's my real friend, is going to give me a login so I can actually watch it. So that's
you don't have HBO Max?
Come on.
What?
We cut subscriptions around here, man. We tightened the belt.
But that's if I had to keep that's the one I keep.
Rocket Money. I didn't realize I spent like $9,000 on subscriptions, so we cut her down. I run on the Peloton, just the little black screen. I don't even get the instructor anymore.
I would kill every other subscription I have before I killed HBO Max. It's one of one. That's shocking. Yeah. That's shocking information we've learned today. All right, help me out. I'm going to go over to training camp practice this weekend. I'm trying to figure out what to look for to help me figure out whether the Seahawks have a good offensive coordinator in Fleury. What signs should I look for, both at practice and eventually into preseason games, to determine what they've got in Fleury?
I don't think you're going to determine anything I just don't. I think it's just different. When you get in the live action and calling plays and making adjustments in game, that's when you're going to learn. And you're going to see vanilla ice cream in preseason, so that's not going to help you at all. And I've just seen too many times. There's been too many teams that I've been with and camps that I've been at, where I've left training camp thinking this offense or this defense is, one thing, and then you get into the games, you're like, oh, actually, nope, that was not real. That was who they were playing against in practice, and for whatever reason, they got the better or the worst of it. But when they got into games playing against other teams, it was different. So I don't know. I've always said preseason's a liar. And in some instances, I think you could even add training camp into that. I mean, I can't tell you the times I've left training camp thinking you're going to be 13-3, and then you win 8 games. And I've been on a 13-3 team where you don't know what you're going to be, and all of a sudden you're like, we might not ever lose a game. So I just don't think you learn anything till you get to the real games.
Yeah. Your situation down there, though, that's going to be kind of fun. Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh.
I think even framing it, I would frame it, and this is from talking to people there, is it's Mike McDaniel versus Derwin James, like every day at practice. Like that's and chirping. Derwin he's fun. He's not like, he's not a jerk about it, but he loves to talk. And I guess that every single day they've been
getting after it. Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
That's kind of fun. Looking forward to that. I ran into Tony Jefferson. He's a San Diego guy who plays safety for the Chargers and is a huge Padre fan. So we both were walking out in about the 5th inning when the Dodgers had scored their 10th run and ran into each other on the exit. And I asked him how it was going, and he just said, "It's been great because it just challenged our communication so much because it was a little more of a static offense in the past, and now there's so much motion and shifting and everything with Mike McDaniel that it's really been good for their communication on the backside."
A lot of talk here on our text machine, wondering if we need to start a GoFundMe for your streaming subscriptions. Or have things gotten that bad in the Jeremiah household that you can't afford a couple of streaming subscriptions? Do we need help out?
So here's the thing. I could, or I could use like Chat GPT or some AI service try and guess your password. I'm guessing it might be 7 and 9 BS take ! That's
pretty good. I would love for somebody to try to guess my password. It would be very hard to do, but they have a theme. I could tell you that. That's about all I would tell you.
Can we not bring up like GoFundMe's in the scouting community? So like we don't need to be doing that right now.
No?
Right? No. I want to talk more about this beard. Yeah. Are we going to is this are we going with this look or?
No. That was a decision I had to make. It was either a second cup of coffee before going on with you guys or shaving.
I wondered if it was because you were worried you were going to be part of the ESPN layoffs. You wanted to kind of prepare yourself for the right look. If that was the case.
It's terrible.
It is awful. Dude, it's so bad. Yeah. And we talked yesterday to Passan. Jeff Passan was on with us, and we were talking about Carl Ravitch, who's just a legend. But, Pelissero is phenomenal at this. I was blown away and really bummed out by the Pelissero news.
Yeah, and look, Charles Davis is someone who's I'm very close with.
Yeah.
And Charles, the good thing about CD is he's still the number one guy on CBS, college football. So you see he's going to be on our TV every Saturday. And he's just a hustler and has a million different side gigs and fortunate to work with him on the draft and the combine every year. So that one was a tough one, but it's just, it's just business, man. It's the business that we're all in, and you're always one phone call away. So the good thing is I have a fallback. I can just become a professional marathoner apparently when that phone call comes.
As long as the marathons are only being run on the treadmill, you'll be fine. Matt in Oregon weighing in. Now I understand why DJ's friend was making fun of his raise. The guy can't even afford HBO Max. So there you go.
That's fair.
You're part of the crew. DJ, thank you. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the season start and talking a whole lot more often.
Trade deadline. If our teams get together, we're back on.
All right, sounds good. We'll talk then. Okay, thanks, buddy. There you go. The great Daniel Jeremiah, dude's hilarious. Love that guy. All right, so because Terry Francona is going to join us at 9:30, Brock, we're going through all these Seahawks games from last year. Got to week 3. I watched all the highlights from it last night, and there's only 2 words to describe this game. 2 words are all you need. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
The champs are back on the field in just 3 days when Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs. Seattle Sports.
Yeah, guys are in for training camp now, right? It all gets going. Players doing that final prep to be ready for the start of camp. That means weigh-ins, conditioning tests, getting the diet right. Well, let them inspire you, just like they inspire me, to be in the best shape of our life, right? The good news is you don't have to put on pads or go through training camp or even do any exercise to do it. All you got to do is call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and they will help you lose 30, 40 pounds just by the start of the season. Do it all naturally, no pills, no injections, no side effects. It just takes a good plan with healthy meals, some good coaching and accountability, plus that support you really need. I lost 35 pounds myself in 8 weeks. I did it with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. That could be you before the summer is even over. So make that excuse to get it done. It starts with a 15-minute phone call. That's free, and you can schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Bigger food needs call for even bigger savings. Get more at Chef Store for your restaurant, food truck, or event with warehouse savings on food service essentials and grilling favorites. Plus, we're open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
So you need to have a system where if a customer wants to transact online, shop their vehicle, find their vehicle, fill everything out, and do as much paperwork even online, and buy the car online, and then come in at an appointment time so they can be in and out in an efficient time, hey, my target goal is an hour. If you want to take half those steps, just know that, yeah, you're going to have another hour of transaction and paperwork, and then you're going to have roughly an hour of delivery. Some people even want more than that because it's a lot of technology. So it's making it available so a customer that wants to go 25, 50, or 100% meet them there where they want to be. If you want to take all these steps, I can meet you there.
The Johnson Auto Family. The LJ way.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh, yeah. Used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get his freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our morning here on Brock and Salk. Terry Francona, Reds manager, two-time World Series winner, going to join us, Brock, in 30 minutes at 9:30 before the matinee today with the Mariners, of course. So we'll talk baseball with Tito in a half hour. We've been going through, generally at 9:30, but sometimes you got to move some things around in order to make room. So today at 9 o'clock, the entire Seahawks season from last year started with Game 1 a couple days ago. We're on to Game 3 today. And just a recap, because I didn't remember a lot of what happened, and I've been going back every night. I found these 5-minute, recaps of the game, 5-minute condensed versions of these games. See a lot of the highlights and big plays. Week 3, the Seahawks win 44-13 over the Saints. Blew their doors off.
What were the 2 words?
The 2 words for this one, it could have been blowout, but it is special teams. This game was all about the special teams. There was other stuff. Oddly, Darnold and Spencer Rattler, who did play for New Orleans, both threw for 218 yards. Of course, Sam did it on 18 attempts with 2 touchdowns and no picks, whereas Rattler took 39 attempts and had a pick. So there was a little bit of a difference in there in the way the 2 quarterbacks played. But this was about the special teams. And I'll play you 3. I get 2 of the 3 here. One way.
Before you play these highlights, can I just say, before you play them, not only, and we said this after finishing yesterday, is this like instructive and kind of fun. You get to see the seeds planted and sowed and reap the harvest of all of it. You know what else this does? And the fact that you couldn't remember any of these games, it speaks to why it's another bullet in the gun of why this team's not talked about.
Right. Nobody watched these games outside of us.
There was no expectation of like a Super Bowl, and that
nobody
this
saw
be in
them
the future.
Destroy New Orleans, and
when
they
DJ
didn't do
says
it.
This is the least talked about Super Bowl winning team that we can ever remember.
Yep.
It's because part of it was because you don't even remember the games from last year.
They didn't do it with 400
Especially
yards of offense, Brock. All they did here was special team them to death. They get up 7-0. They force a punt in the first quarter, and here's what happened on the punt.
Kroger is punting. Torrey Horton, the rookie, is deep for the Seahawks. He stands just inside his own 20. I saw Kroger during warm-ups, and he had a couple of rainmakers, and here's one. This is a long, high spiral. Horton back at his own 5, gets 1 block, gets 2 blocks, turns upfield, got some running room across the 30, 35, he may go 40, 1 a block, midfield 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, Mr. Horton, touchdown, Seahawks!
Yeah, that was pretty good. There was some great blocking on that. Chase Surratt had a really beautiful block on that one. But the whole situation was great, and what he did was awesome. And you see the explosiveness. It's funny that Rabel there mentions Kroger the punter and how great he was in practice, because a few minutes later he had another problem.
Kroger on once again to punt. Torrey Horton is still winded from his 95-yard punt return for a touchdown last time. He's just inside the 25. It's blocked. The Seahawks block it. It's going to be picked up. No, it's going to be fallen on. The Saints fall on it, but it's the Seahawks football at about the 11-yard line. It was DeAnthony Bell who...
Yeah, they ended up scoring on a very short field there. Now it's 21-0 in the first quarter, and the game is basically over. Derek Young has another good return, led to another short field, and it's 28-3. And you're like, well, this thing is just, you're off to the races. They just absolutely dominated from there. So they didn't run for a ton of yards. They didn't throw for a ton of yards. They were fine. They got to the quarterback. They had a pick. Your guy, Darian Kendrick, with another pick in this game. Of course he did. He had 2 picks in 2 weeks. Why wouldn't he have? But they dominated mostly through special teams. And I think that's the other thing that I just keep coming back to. And I'll play you some sound from Mike McDonald with us the next day, is just how much of these games foreshadow what is to come and some of the conversations that were to come. We asked him that day about Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coach.
This guy is relentless with finding like the little edges and ways to coach it better than they've been. Like, there's no such thing as status quo with Jay. It's constantly finding a new and better way to teach something, to design something, to word something that there's like, talk about shocking. There's so much like elegant simplicity in how he coaches position. This guy isn't just a great special teams coach. He's a great football coach. I mean, at Michigan, you name a great player that came out of Michigan in the last 10 years, Jay probably recruited him. He was the running back coach that got all those guys. He was a tight ends coach when I was there. Then he moved to safeties. I mean, he's coached all 3 levels on all 3 phases of football, and he's one heck of a special teams coordinator too. So that's what makes him great.
It had a really big impact on the season.
Yeah.
Really big.
I'll tell you what strikes me. You point to special teams, and that's right. And it was the week before too, right? We played the highlight of the Helani recovery of the fumble there in Pittsburgh, and the giant role that played. You know what else I'm reminded of, or this one strikes me, is listen to Rabel's highlight calls. And listen to the names you just referenced. Oh, that's Chase Rott. Oh, that's DeAnthony Bell. Oh, that's Torrey Horton. Like this is the start of the 70 strong.
And also didn't even none of those three guys finished the year with the team. Right? DeAnthony Bell gone.
DeAnthony did not. He's back now.
Right.
Surratt was on IR with an injury. And
Kendrick
Horton went on IR too.
Gone.
And Kendrick gone. Yeah.
I mean, like, none of those four guys. Like, what? That's pretty crazy. Like, the impact that they had, considering none of them end up being there for the playoff run, but they dominated with special teams. Now, two other themes came out of that day, Brock, that we kind of really started talking about. One was JSN. And you may remember Mike McDonald saying this to us.
I'm the JSN Pied Piper here. Like, we've been saying it since we walked in the building, and he keeps. I think it's a testament to his attitude. I mean, this guy, since our first conversation, and how he's operated since, to back it up, he's determined to be an elite receiver in this league, and he's well on his way.
Yeah, the week before it was DK, right? That was a lot of the conversation. The weeks preceding that, lost your star, lost your number one, lost DK. I mean, JSN's a nice compliment. I mean, JSN played off DK. There was certainly a lot of that conversation.
Yep.
Well, let's see what he can do without, the help in the lineup. Oh, really? Actually, he's the home run hitter. And those first three games and that one too, explosive. I love DJ talking about that. And when you asked him about the coordinator, Salk, I'm with DJ. I think it's going to be very hard for you or the casual fan or even the football savant to try to read anything into the preseason of Brian Fleury. But you know what Kubiak was really good at, and it expressed itself there and the week before? Those explosives.
Yeah.
Of moving him around, of playing off of it, calling it at the right time.
Well, and thankfully, a lot of the team around Kubiak is still there, and hopefully they're able to do a lot of that same stuff again this year. The last thing real quick here is this was the first game, Brock, and credit to you, you noticed this one right away, that you started seeing some split playing time at linebacker with Drake Thomas and Tyrese Knight, and we asked Mike about it.
And I think we're at the point in the season, too, like, hey, we're going to be about competition, and if guys are earning playing time and are going to help us play great defense, they're going to play. I mean, you've seen it with Josh, you've seen it with Drake, you're seeing it with Darian Kendrick. You're seeing it up front. Derek Hall's playing at a high level right now. So if we're going to be about competition, we got to back it up with our actions. And so that's just that's a position too where we got two guys that are fighting for playing time.
Well, and we know how that ended up with obviously Thomas playing a whole lot more, but not that was a shot at Pete Carroll. It wasn't. Mike didn't think of it that way. I know that.
Yep.
But it did come, at least I remember thinking like, man, that was one of the problems at the end for all of Pete's talk about competition. He wasn't backing it up by letting the person winning the competition have the opportunity to do the job.
Yeah, and I think even more so, unfortunately, was some of those assistants. Ken Norton that was way more comfortable with veteran guys. A Clint Hurt that was a newbie, never done it before.
Regardless of
somebody, yes,
it wasn't happening.
No,
and you can't preach competition and then not give the job to the person who wins the competition. You just can't do it. And so, I thought that was again another seminal point early in that season.
Good word.
Yeah,
good
thank you.
Word.
I'm glad you like that one, Brock.
I like seminal.
Well, we're going to be doing this every day leading up to that first preseason game with the Cowboys. That was week 3. We'll be on to week 4 tomorrow, Brock. Pretty exciting.
Who's week 4? Do we know?
Do you?
No. Week 5 is Tampa Bay. I know that. So just watching the QB documentary, which you should watch, by the way. I don't know if you've got a Netflix subscription.
I do.
Or not.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah, you should watch that one. Who was week 4? Was that it was a win. I know they were 3-1. Who was it? Was it Arizona? No.
No. Actually, it might have been Arizona. I think it was. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll tell you tomorrow when I actually go through and watch the video and see what the heck happened in week 4. Because as of right now, I don't remember jack squat. We got Terry Francona is going to join us in 20 minutes right after everything you need to know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Safety Nick and Manwari on PUP to begin training camp. One thing I want to say about preseason PUP is it is not the PUP list to miss time during the season.
It could be something real simple. And they're like, all right, he's already in good shape. He's been to all of our stuff. It's not like he's going to get lots of reps during preseason games. I'm hoping it's just being really, really cautious when it comes to Nick and Manwari.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
O'Brien.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
The countdown is on.
Just 3 days
until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Right now is the perfect time to save some money, and one of the easiest ways to save, take the First Mark Challenge. Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, and we saved thousands of dollars the first year with First Mark Insurance, and we've been saving ever since. Here's how. First Mark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverage from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price for your needs. And when you need them, well, you'll talk to a real person who knows you and is there to help you. That's the kind of world-class service that has kept us with First Mark year after year after year. Take the First Mark Challenge today. It costs you nothing. There's no obligation, and you'll find out just how much money you could be saving every single month. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings? They start tomorrow. Firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I know Mariner fans, all baseball fans, but Mariner fans over the last few years get pretty frustrated by the tip your cap or, it's just bad luck type of a game. Sorry, I think that's kind of what last night was. I thought they played a decent game last night. They played pretty clean in the field. They didn't make a lot of mistakes. Great defensive play by Colt Emerson to cut down one of the fastest players in the game at the plate and keep that game within range. They had 6 hits to go with 6 walks and a couple of home runs. You do that, most games, you're going to find a way to score more runs and win. Unfortunately, 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, 10 runners left on base. Great play from De La Cruz that really kind of turned the game on Julio Rodriguez, and unfortunately that's your ball game. You end up falling 4-2 when it's all said and done.
Great play by Gino, great play by their center fielder. I mean, honestly, we'll talk to Tito here in 10 minutes or so. The Reds were lifeless the night before. I mean, they just booted the ball everywhere. There was no focus. All the things that, we've struggled with the Mariners in their kind of valley they were in. The Reds were worse than that. And last night they played a really clean game. They got 3 home runs. Usually you hit 3 home runs in this league, you're going to win. And it was nice to see Julio. By the way, I went back and looked. Not only was that Julio's first home run since June 19th, Salk, he only hit 2 the entire month of June.
I know, yeah. He really had been on a power outage for a while, and he cranked that one.
Let's hope that kickstarts things in the gear.
I'll tell you what. I mean, Julio and Cal back-to-back days hitting home runs. Naylor with 3 hits yesterday. Again, I totally understand if anyone's frustrated this morning. It's a frustrating game. But there actually were some positive signs, and I wasn't saying that a couple of weeks ago. I thought there really were some things that were encouraging that came out of that game. And by the way, 7 innings from Luis Castillo. If you are trying to trade him, 7 innings, 3 runs. Yep. That's a valuable piece if he can continue to do things like that. Here was what Dan said about Luis.
He found himself into a couple of jams, but the way Rock throws, and the veteran that he is, the experience that he has, he's able to get out of it, and I thought he was able to do that. Very well tonight, and then later on it seemed like continued to make pitches all the way through the 7th, and 3 up 3 down there in the 7th I thought was outstanding, and he just he still looked pretty strong there, and up close to 100 pitches.
Salky, fancy me this, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
George Kirby the night before, 80 pitches, 6 innings, pulled, and then they obviously score and pull a bunch of runs in the set, but you don't know. But 80 pitches, he's out. The Rock over 100 yesterday, 7 innings.
Does
that have anything to do with what could happen in the next 11, 12 days?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a good question. I mean, my instinct is just they're different people and their arms are in different shape and, different points of the season for them, I guess. But, without knowing their process, I think that one's pretty hard to
it
judge.
ended up being a great decision with Kirby because
absolutely.
He added on, save the bullpen, all of that stuff. But are you trying to showcase Luis and say, no, this guy is a rock. This guy could give you 100-plus pitches. He can throw 7 innings.
It's certainly possible, right? I mean, I just without knowing where they're all at health-wise, I think it's really hard to know. But, yeah, pretty good outing for him last night.
And Emerson today.
Yeah, my bad.
Second thing you need to know.
Yes, Emerson today. Emerson Hancock against Brady Singer at 12:40. Let's see. Ace Reese is the number 5 Mariner prospect as he enters the list after being drafted a couple of weeks ago. Sloan, Anderson, Montez, Celestin ahead of him, and then Farmelo, Stevenson, Arroyo, Becker, Bautista after him.
By the way, Ace only 21. I was curious if he would be older, so he turned 21.
So he's right in between
Yes.
Colt Emerson and Cole Young age-wise.
So a couple months older than Emerson, and a year plus younger than Mr. Young.
Okay.
But that hopefully is your young infield. You saw a picture of the 3 of them around the batting cage yesterday. That is a smooth swing for a 6'4" guy. Let's hope that's your second, third.
He's fun.
Shortstop.
I really enjoyed him during the broadcast. I thought he was great. And then also waiting to see who else could get called up. Could it be Michael Arroyo? Adam Jude thought so.
And then at some point, I think we'll see Michael Arroyo as maybe that piece to answer, against left-handed pitching. He's been really good every step of the way.
So that's a possibility. And Cade Anderson, obviously another one. He was there. His agent was there yesterday. That would be Scott Boras, who was there with Ace Reese, but was also talking about Cade. Jim Bowden came on the station yesterday and said he'd sign Cade Anderson to a $100 million deal right now.
That's why before Cade Anderson makes that first pitch, I've got him signed. I'm giving him the $100 million. I'm not even going to wait till he gets to the show and prove it. Here's your $100 million. I'm not going to wait. Reds just did it to Chase Burns. If I can sign him, and I don't think he's a 1. I think he's a 2 or a 3. But you sign him as early as you can. That's my opinion on that. Or at some point, unfortunately, they're going to end up having to trade one of them, maybe even as early as this offseason.
Yeah, the Mariners don't seem to feel that way about pitching. I mean, they do on hitting, but I think with pitching, they're a lot more willing to let it go.
Yep. I don't think
we got 6 years with this guy. Who knows what he's going to look like?
By the way, did we
in 6 years?
Did we have a Lyle sighting with Boris in town?
Oh,
we know Lyle loves him.
I don't
some
know.
Scott Boras.
I wonder if he was concerned by Boris's age.
I texted him. I don't think
looking old. No, he's not up for another hour.
Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We're waiting on a deal for Devin Witherspoon, and everyone seems to think that this is going to happen. Everyone says they're close. I'm just not concerned. Maybe we're being foolish. Maybe we should be more concerned. But just too much smoke around every reporter being like, it seems fine. They'll get it done.
You think you'd be okay, though, signing first?
Yeah.
And letting Gonzo get more?
Well, the other guy's an outside receiver.
Outside corner?
Yeah, or corner, rather. And the other guy was, ahead of him in all these rankings.
One's a Super Bowl champ. One's the 5th pick in the draft. One is a nickel. One plays the run way better.
I think you just said it.
One
One's a
blitzes
nickel.
way
But you just
better.
said it. One's a nickel.
And an outside corner. He does both.
Yeah, he's not going to get more than Christian Gonzalez.
Really?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right.
Neither does DJ.
True.
I'm going to side with, Daniel Jeremiah. That guy knows what he's talking about.
He doesn't even have HBO Max.
That is weird, man. That's everything you need to know. You got to get HBO Max. Like, what are you doing? How do you, that's the only streaming service I couldn't live without. I can deal with everything else.
Yeah, but I do what he said. There's so many of them
I know.
that I share with some people.
I understand
my
that.
My sister uses my HBO. I've used her Hulu in the past.
Totally fair. I think that's a great way to go about things. And you all got to make cuts. I don't have Paramount Plus. Maybe I should. Maybe I got to rotate it in. But the kids watch a lot of stuff on Peacock. So we got Peacock. So the kids can watch their stuff on Peacock.
Oh, so I can't do an engine sound, but Peacock! You can do that.
I can do Peacock as often as I want. It's much cooler than your engine sound. Oh, we stop this. Terry Francona's going to come. Don't embarrass me.
I don't think either are particularly cool.
Don't embarrass me.
I am so going to embarrass you.
Don't embarrass me
I'm
with
going
Terry
to,
Francona.
so
I know.
I'm going
he was like the first guy covered in it. Like he still holds this place in high esteem for
how's
me.
your posterior chain?
Oh my God. Dear God. We're going to go to break. Terry Francona, Tito, next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. They got big shows coming up. Pop 2000 Tour, Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, LFO. That'll all be on August 1st. Pretty cool. Taylor Dane, big pop sensation from the 80s. She's going to be here on September 6th. You got Queensryche coming in October. They got shows for everybody. And you can see the whole lineup and get tickets at snocasino.com. While you're there, check out the hotel, check out the spa, check out the restaurants. It's all world class. It really is amazing. It is all at Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this season. Ask about a designer-led complimentary color consultation. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts tomorrow at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
Just 3 days.
Until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code MULTIPLY.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Growing up's funny, Brock, because the moment you think you're like on top of everything, you can get tossed back 25 years into the past and get nervous all over again. So we're going to have Terry Francona on here in a moment, and I don't get nervous doing this show. We've been doing it every day for 17 years. Guests don't really make me nervous. We've had tons of people on. But as soon as we talk to Tito, I feel like I'm a rookie reporter again. I know.
You're sweating.
Oh, it's
Are
just
your palms sweaty?
Just my left armpit. And it's unbelievable how much it's sweating. No, it'll be fine. Terry Francona joining us now, Cincinnati Reds manager, in town for one more today. Good morning, Tito. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great. Well, this is kind of fun for me, Tito. I don't think I've ever seen Salk a little nervous. I'm seeing 25-year-old Salk. Yeah.
Well, it takes, I'm 28 years old or whatever I was and covering a team for the first time. And, there's this World Series winning manager. You call him coach and he'll let you know that's not the, you better bring the right questions or he'll let you know about it. So I learned a lot from Terry Francona.
Well, truth be told, the funny thing about when somebody would call me coach is I knew if they called me coach, I knew the question wasn't going to be very good because if they didn't even know I was the manager, the question that was coming was probably going to be a little ridiculous.
Well, you were certainly had enough people in that media room at a time. I mean, they just this gigantic press conference room, and then you start bringing in the New York reporters, and then you start bringing in all the news people that would show up as soon as it became like a big news story. So, how did you learn to deal with the media? Obviously, you'd done it a little bit in Philadelphia before that, but what was your process of learning how to deal with media scrutiny?
I didn't know it at the time, but when Michael Jordan came to play baseball in Birmingham, I was just trying to survive, but it was the best learning experience you could ever have. And like I said, I didn't know it at the time, but I started dealing with national media. Everybody wanted a piece of Michael, and I learned how to organize my day and how to talk to people and try to answer honestly without, maybe throwing a player under the bus or, I think there's a way to do that. And I think for the most part, I generally enjoy people. I mean, there were certainly days where, as a manager there, you go home with a headache. That's just part of it. There's too much passion and interest for that not to happen. But, overall, it's actually pretty good.
Well, what have you learned about these guys on the other side that you've faced the back-to-back days and will this afternoon, Skip? What have you learned about our Mariners?
Well, you know what? When you face them in a 3-game series and you only play them once, you hope you catch them at a good time because sometimes it's not who you're playing, it's when. They got really, really good pitching, and we've seen that. Their offense isn't probably where they want it to be, and I'm not real comfortable just rating other teams, but I know they have playoff aspirations. They seem to be in the right division for that to happen. And, I can see their better baseball being ahead of them.
What do you make of Seattle as a road city? I know I've talked to you about this off the air in the past, but what is Seattle like as a road city?
Every time, I swear to you, every time I come here, it's sunny and 80 degrees. And it's like, wow, man, what are everybody complaining about? All the gray and everything. I've never seen this place when it's not sunny. And I actually have some family that are in Tacoma. So there's some good, I love the fact that, you're going to play on time, but you're not indoors. Like it's open air, but you're going to play on time. There's so much I like about it.
Mm-hmm. You talked about playoff aspirations right there, Terry Francona here with us. Skipper, not coach, Skipper Salke, skipper of the Cincinnati Reds that are in. Sean Payton, football guy, he's talked about with the Broncos. He's talked about knowing, and the Saints for a long time. He's like, listen, I've coached 4 or 5 Super Bowl winning teams. Only had one of them, but I knew that this team was of that ilk and that quality. You've won a couple World Series, been to a bunch of them. Do you know either when your team is a World Series contending team, Skip, or when you're facing one on the other side?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I could go that far. I think you have a feel for maybe that you have a chance, because so much in our game, can hinge on maybe somebody pitching a really good game, or, like when you get to the playoffs. And I've been on both ends of it. And you're not probably as smart as you think you are, and hopefully you're not as dumb as people think you are. It's probably somewhere in the middle. I just know over the course of 162 games, if you have some weaknesses, they're gonna show. May not show in a 3-game series, but it will over the course of a year.
Mm-hmm.
Tito, you started managing in 97 in Philadelphia, 4 years there, then the long run in Boston, long run in Cleveland, and now a couple years in Cincinnati. From 97 to today, not just how the game has changed, although I am a little curious about that, how has managing changed as a job?
Probably the biggest thing I would say is, when I first went to Philadelphia, there was a general manager and an assistant general manager. Now you have baseball operations, and I mean, it's a lot of people. And I'm not saying that negatively, but what I'm getting at is if everybody up there has an idea and everybody comes to the manager with it, that's a lot of ideas getting thrown at you. So there's a lot of noise sometimes. So trying to figure out how to listen, when to listen, how to process it, and not just try to end up throwing stuff at the wall is sometimes that's a little challenging. That's part of what I really enjoy here. My 2 bosses here, they just, and we've had a tough time. There's no getting around it, but they let me do baseball, and we talk about it, and it helps the process for me.
So what does that mean? How, in terms of taking the information that you get from them and finding a way to utilize it during the games, what does a process look like for that? How much work goes into it?
That's a really good question, because I used to tell Theo all the time, because, with being around Theo, he was probably the smartest person I ever saw, and trying to keep up with him wasn't easy. But I used to tell him, I said, you can give me this information, but if I can't use it, if I can't make it applicable, it doesn't help. So I said, my brain has to be able to wrap around it. So I've had the way I set my lineup card out for the last 20 years. And I have the card, and I have my notes on one side, and I have other notes on the bottom. And once that card is ready for the day, and I'm actually sitting here now waiting on Seattle's lineup so I can do today. Once I get that, I'm ready to go. Doesn't mean we're going to win. Doesn't mean everything's going to go according to plan. But I can relax and enjoy the day because I know I'm ready to go. Until that happens, I get a little bit antsy.
Do you ever think of it as almost a bit of a translator, where you're getting some of this information from the front office and you've got to find a way to translate it to a player? Maybe it's Ellie De La Cruz. Maybe it's David Ortiz or Dustin Pedroia or all the other great players you've had over the years, and having to figure out how to translate it to each of them differently?
Well, it's actually a really good point. I told one of the guys in Cleveland a few years ago, because there was some information and it was really wordy. And I said, hey, man, we're trying to coach these players, not you. You went to Yale. This isn't necessarily, I'm not sure this player is going to grasp this the way it's written here. So you're right. It's not just the information, but you try to dumb it down. And I'm not saying players are dumb. I'm just saying you try to dumb it down to make it easy so the players can use it. Because if they don't understand it, you can have the greatest information in the world, but it's not helping.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Tito, can we go back to the decision the other night in that conversation? Because it's a great conversation. Baseball is a great sports radio sport because it's every day and there's so many decisions. So go back to that process where you bring the lefty in, you walk hand zone and your card, right? Like you mentioned your game plan and that card you put together with all the different machinations and things that can happen. Is that anywhere on that card going into the game that, hey, there may be a chance here that I bring a lefty in and I may walk somebody to get to Cal in that moment? Does that card have that many machinations or iterations? Or is that something?
No. It just has the information that I use to make decisions. And in that situation, it really wasn't. It worked out about as bad as you could. I mean, I barely sat my ass down and the ball was going over the left field fence. I can't tell you how good that felt. But
I'm sorry
in that situation, we're down 3-0. And if we give up another run, we're in trouble already because we hadn't scored. So I'm trying to figure out the best way where we can not let them score again.
Right.
The best way I saw fit to do, because if we face the lefty, and we got a lefty coming in, but if we face him, we got to play the infield in. There's no force out. And if we walk him, and I know what Raleigh's done in the past, but he hasn't been doing that. I can't tell you I was entirely comfortable with the thing, but I thought it was our best chance to get out of it without giving up a run. It worked out about as bad as it could.
So how quickly do you have to make that decision?
Like, basically what you're saying is, hey, if I give up a run, the difference between one run and 4 is a whole lot less than the difference between no runs and 1, so it's worth the risk.
It was a risk for giving up runs, but I thought it was our best chance to keep them off the scoreboard. And again, the score of the game, the time of the game, there's a lot of things that go into decisions. And part of my job is probably to explain it. And I try to tell our media all the time. I say, hey, man, if you got a question, ask me. Because if I don't have an answer, shame on me. But, and they may not agree with my answer, but I'll have one.
Do you guys talk much, you managers, amongst each other, in season, out of season?
I really don't, because you get so kind of tunnel vision in what you're doing. And there's some guys like, Kevin Cash and Matt Quintero, guys that have coached for me and played for me that I certainly keep an eye on. But they get busy too, man. They got their own stuff going on. We lose 5 in a row or win 5 in a row, and that doesn't necessarily mean that, Cashy's, they're in first place right now, and Matt's having a little bit of a tough time in Kansas City. So we all got our stuff going on. So, but it doesn't mean I don't pay attention.
I'm impressed you're out there. I didn't think you would go on without Millsy. I thought with Mills done this year, that was going to be it. You'd be like, this isn't even worth being out on the road anymore. Are you okay?
Yeah. I got lucky in that Freddie Benavides I inherited him as the bench coach. And he's kind of become like my second brother over here, and I'm really fortunate for that. And we got Knapp over here, Mike Napoli. But Millsy, there's no getting around it. He is one of the most special people in my life. And anybody who's been around him will say the same thing. He spent 1 year here, and people just miss him like crazy. But he needed to get home. It was good for him. So I can get behind that just because I know he's happy.
Hey, I think it's okay. We are allowed to say where you were yesterday, right? I don't think that's like a state secret or anything, that you went out to Seahawks camp and got an opportunity to...
Oh, I was going to say, where was I, man? I'm like, God, no.
Got to
pretty
meet,
cool.
Yeah, what'd you make of Mike McDonald and the process and situation that they have there?
Well, one, their facility was unbelievable. My goodness sakes, I was blown away by the facility. But they're going through their rookie camp right now. I think their quarterbacks are there and some of the injured guys. So it's like spring training, and they were great to us. And they were obviously really good people, but they're not in the right smack in the middle of their season. But they made time for us, and then they end up coming to the game last night. It was fun. I enjoyed talking to Mike. Leslie Frazier we talked to for quite a while. They gave us a tour. A couple of the players came up. They had a couple of the players that were from Cleveland and Ohio, and they couldn't have been nicer. So it was pretty cool.
Is that something you do often, or around?
No.
So that was rare. Do you get to
very rare?
Interesting. Do you get to meet other coaches? Just some of the circles I'd imagine you run in. You get an opportunity to meet other coaches and people who've been successful in other sports. Do you take stuff from them to help with your own managing of people or any other parts of the game?
I'm 67 now, and I kind of am set in my ways. Doesn't mean you're not trying to get better. But, I went to a conference, it's been 10 years now, in London, and there was all kind of the soccer coaches, and there was some guy, the GM for the Spurs was there, who I thought was phenomenal. Like, when he talked, man, I'd listen like crazy. So, you're certainly not closed off, but like I said, I get so caught up in what we're doing here, and I know how I want to do it. I don't always do it that way, but, I know what I want to do. So that's where I spend my energy.
I probably shouldn't ask this question just because I'm hearing the tunnel vision, and I know the focus you guys have and where you guys are and digging and working and scratching and clawing. So big picture questions probably aren't great, Tito, but I do have to ask you because we're not just National League, American League. You get to see everybody. What do you see going on in this American League right now? Is it parity? Is it? Just as an entire group. You got the Brewers, you got the Dodgers, you got folks on your side that are, 30 games above 500, not on this side, not on the American League side. Do you see anything different between the leagues as you play against both?
It's funny, when I was talking to the Reds 2 years ago about coming back, the one thing I thought was, it's the Central. There's not all the money from the West Coast and from the East Coast. And my goodness, we got in a division where the Brewers, it's the Brewers, the Cubs, and Pittsburgh's got pitching, and St. Louis is playing their ass off. I don't know. I do know it can be cyclical, like when teams kind of get nosed out by a wild card, or maybe they get in because they shouldn't have. Those things change, like from years to years. And I guess the way I would answer it is I hope it changes back quick, because I'd rather be in a division where if we were 500, we're right in it.
Yeah.
I think there's more athleticism in the game today and more room for athleticism in the game today?
Oh, yeah. I think they're much better athletes than I ever dreamed of, or the guys ahead of me. I don't think they play as much competitive baseball while they're growing up, though. A lot of it now is like the area code games where, they're trying to show their skills, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you show up at a game and they make you throw from the outfield. They run you, and they want to see how far you can hit it. Well, guys aren't knowing when to tag up, when to throw, how to hit the cutoff man, because they're trying to show their arm strength. So we're missing a little bit of that, and there's got to be a lot more teaching going on, even at the major league level, than we did before. But they're certainly better athletes.
Yeah, it's interesting you say all that. We've been trying to figure out how the game evolves, and it's easy to get stuck in one era. For me, it's probably the era where you were in Boston, and I think about on base percentage and home runs and what that group was able to do, and all of a sudden you start bunting in a game like now, and the defenders aren't necessarily ready for those bunts. It's like, can what's old be new again just because of what's not being taught and some of the problems you just mentioned there?
Well, I think every team is trying to find an advantage, and if like right now, the game is really wanting action, and they're promoting ways to steal bases. Okay, so if that's the case, we better find a way to defend it, or the game's going to get tougher. So any with the ABS system that's in place now, okay, that's part of the game. So you can squawk about it all you want. But how are we going to handle it and try to handle it better than the other teams? That's our challenge.
Faster first to third, Jacoby Ellsbury or Ellie De La Cruz?
Oh, boy. Oh, I'll tell you what, man. Ellie, when Ellie's healthy, I don't know too many guys that can I'd say Ichiro. I'd take Ichiro over both of them, though, when he was young.
Ellie going first to third last night on the throwaway was pretty crazy. He takes like 4 steps, and he's at third base. I never really seen anything like the guy.
When he hits a triple, and he smells it coming out of the box, it's pretty, because he gets those strides going, man, and he never has a misstep on the bases. It's pretty fun to watch.
Well, thank you, man, for doing this, Tito, seriously. Taking this much time on day of a game with us. I know it means an awful lot to all of us, to Salk in particular, with the history and the background and the time shared together back there in Boston. I'd be remiss, though, because I always love this from both football coaches and certainly managers, day of. Tee this one up for me. Tee up what's going to, in your estimation, in a few hours from now with first pitch, kind of the rubber match of this one, just from your eyes and your perspective, what do you expect to see today?
I always expect us to win. It doesn't always end up that way. Even, it'll be 2 outs in the 9th inning, and you think you're going to win, but you're not sure how. And that's part of what's really fun about our game is we don't know, and you don't have to. And I got to remind myself of that sometimes because, we lose some games and we're not where we are in the standings. And I got to give myself a little pep talk sometimes. But we got a game, like you said, in 2 hours, and I'll be excited for that. So that's what I think about.
Well, this is a blast. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I said many times on this show before that you really did accidentally teach me a lot about how to handle myself in this business and how to ask good questions so that you don't get a stern look from a manager who's like, hey, you're a punk kid, shut up and let the real adults talk. It was a good hard way to learn, and I appreciate the heck out of it. I think that's sometimes the only way to do it. So thank you for all the baseball insight over the years. I've always appreciated the conversations, and this was just great. Thanks, man.
Mike. Guys, it was fun talking to you. Have a good day, okay?
Awesome. There you go. There's Terry Francona, manager of the Reds, and pretty interesting dude. Not going to lie. I have learned a lot from Tito over the years. I learned what a hammock bone was when Willie Mopena broke his hammock. I learned about how to cover for guys when he was, Manny's got a hammock, just borking. Hammy's borking. I learned a lot from Tito. Yep. And a lot of my thoughts about baseball, I think, come from him and that idea of trying to synthesize the information that comes from these really smart people and boil it down through a lot of hard work and get it out to the guys on your team so that they can utilize it without being distracted or overwhelmed by it. Man, that's the game today.
One of the great misnomers of this game of baseball, having a chance for 17 years and being the flagship of the Mariners and being around it and all the spring training, the games, the conversations, and all of it. So I think one of the biggest misrepresentations is that managers don't matter. Mm-hmm. Managers don't matter. They just throw anybody in there. And, they don't even make the decisions anymore. All the Yale guys do and all the number. No. I'm just never buying it then. Maybe I'm a son of a coach, and maybe that's part of it. But, man, everything you're talking about, managing people, managing information, managing numbers, managing decisions, managing the media, and how you go about doing that.
Well, and there's a reason he's been one of the best at it for as long as he has, because Terry Francona is an incredibly smart guy masquerading as a simple guy.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's an incredibly smart dude who is masquerading as an aw shucks.
Oh, I'm just 67-year-old.
Guys. I asked Millsy what to do, and he just said maybe that's how he masquerades. But Tito's brilliantly smart, and certainly when it comes to baseball and understanding people. So,
and he would tell you that Theo played a huge role, more than likely, in his development.
Sure did. He says it all the time.
When you're around a guy of that horsepower and that thought-provoking, and you better have answers, and you better synthesize, as you said, the process and get it to your players and do it really, really well. That's a huge part of it, man.
You realize he was in Cleveland longer than he was in Boston?
No.
Isn't that weird?
That is kind of weird.
Yeah. 11 years in Cleveland.
Why does Mike home in Tucson in the offseason? Do I have that right? I think I have that right.
Who wouldn't? Yeah. Who wouldn't?
Me? No thanks.
I've never been to Tucson.
Oh. Tucson.
Never been there. All right, well, let's see. Rubber match today. Tito's waiting on the lineup card so that he can figure out his notes for the day.
I. What do we do? Is JP?
Julio going to be in there?
JP's probably not, right?
But Julio's
give him
gotta be
another
in there.
day. I would think so.
Zach Charbonnet is going to go to the PUP. That's not a surprise at all. That's exactly where he should be. No news, but news. And Bump and Stacy will talk about all that stuff briefly before the game takes over. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6. Until then, Brock, the hay
is in the bar.
See you.
Get to the chopper! Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain, on sale now at Dunn Lumber.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Rev up for the biggest weekend of the summer. LeMay, America's Car Museum, presents Super Summer Weekend, and it's mostly free. Tons of events highlighted by this Friday night. Disney and Pixar's Cars Under the Stars drive-in movie. Then Saturday, Carson Coffee Show with Family Steam Day, featuring Super Highway 71's incredible custom-built car tracks, live demos, and hands-on fun for all ages. Don't miss it. One epic weekend. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations. And save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July